Good evening, everybody. I am now starting 2.5 hours past the time that I'd originally planned. I have transit to blame for this. Although at this point I have been late so many times, I also appreciate that that story is going to ring pretty hollow. There is a slight catch to how the stream's going to work tonight. I also need to get some laundry done. I got the wash cycle done. That's half an hour, and it's drying now, so it'll be probably between 45 minutes to an hour. So I'm gonna give myself a fixed break in roughly an hour from now, somewhere around that, and then we'll go through for the rest of the night. Now I have been trying to keep I've been trying to keep a somewhat consistent bedtime. I actually managed to get up the time that I wanted, which is why I was expecting to start on time. And then again, transit sort of ruined that for me. But rather than complain about it, we will enjoy the time that we have together. And Zero Dree, thank you very much for stopping by. I don't believe I've seen the emote on the left before. That's actually a really charming one. They're all good, but thank you very much for stopping by. I want to take a second. I'll mention this a couple of times over the stream today, but for those of you who are wondering where I was on Monday, I take the Canadian holidays off now. Remembrance Day, first of all, it's a little weird to call it a holiday. It's a solemn day of remembrance. But where I work, it's a sort of a federal, very regulated organization. Anyways, for us, Remembrance Day is the day off, and I try to go to the ceremony. But basically, to try and avoid burnout, I do, both at my real job and Twitch, I do try to take the holidays off unless I really feel like I'm raring to go for another stream. And that's mostly just because if my holidays stop feeling like holidays, there's going to be a very terrible moment where everything goes bad. So that's where I was on Monday. And as a caution, I am going to be missing a couple of other streams, and I do apologize for this. These are things that I've been trying to telegraph. Hey, Chunky Man Gamer! Thank you very much for your continued support. That is quite the quite the number, 31 months. It's funny, a couple of my coworkers have been asking about the stream, and I don't really keep it a secret. In fact, it's something that I brought up in the interview just in case there would be any potential conflicts along those lines. I don't think there would, but I think it's one of those things that's good to get out front, particularly because if you are talking to people, and I think most of you kind of already know, I'll talk about liking my job, but that's about as far as I go with it. Why did I put a pheasant here? I think we have to go back and watch the VOD to find out what I was thinking. Oswin, lovely to see you too. Oh, we got all the best people in here. Thank you again, Chunky, and hello, Oswin. But yeah, let me just kind of give my excuses and my explanations for those of you who may not have caught them. So, again, things that count as holidays are days that I take off, and then as I've been sort of trying to say ahead of time, I am also going to be out on Monday and Wednesday. Wednesday shouldn't be a surprise because that's the third Wednesday of the month. And then Monday I have sort of a prior engagement where I'm just simply not going to be near my computer at any time. And I'm doing this, 2 3/4 hours after my normal start time. I'm not going to be at my computer. I'm going to be at my computer much later than that, and so it's just not practical to stream. So I'll be streaming today. Obviously, I'm going to try and do the full 3 hours or as close to it as I can manage. I'm going to be back on Friday. But it is going to be about a week after that before I continue on with the stream, and I do apologize for that. I know that is quite a few sort of gaps between now and for November. I guess the one bit of good news is the one holiday I don't take off is Christmas, because I try to do a stream for that. I'm still working out what I'd like to do. If any of you have any ideas or anything you'd like to see, assuming, of course, that you are not spending that with your families or people who are close to you, I'm open to ideas. Anyways, let me just take a quick minute and say we said hello to Zero Degree, we said hello to Chunky Man Gamer, we said hello to Oswin Meow, but I do want to draw all your attention to Oswin, who is, in addition to just being a lovely chatter... Oop, come on. In addition to being a lovely chatter, is a very interesting person to talk with, and you will have the opportunity to do so on their broadcast. Oswin actually streams Book of Hours, among other games. I've really enjoyed watching her play Disco Elysium as well as Pentiment, but the real treat has been Book of Hours. And I know it's a little... You know, you never want to sound like you're playing favorites or something like that, but one of the things I've really enjoyed about Oswin's stream is, again, when you have a bit of an idea in terms of someone, just their, you know, they have interesting ideas or opinions, or there's somebody whose insights you value. Sometimes there's some value in just watching them play a game like this. But in particular, one of the real joys of watching Oswin stream has been the way that she's really engaging with the world and taking the time to explore. Because that's one of the things that I think I only do on a hit or miss basis on this stream. I think that one of the things that is very exciting about this game, and it's one of the things that I enjoy a lot, is that process of sort of exploration and seeing what's going on inside of the house. But it's also one of those things where, you know, when you are streaming, you sometimes feel that pressure to kind of move on. And one of the things that really caught my attention and I really liked about Oswin's stream is she absolutely takes the time to engage. If there's something that catches her interest, she'll stay with it. And I think that's a quality that's sometimes hard to have when you broadcast. But it's one that's really valuable for a game like this. So in addition to the fact that this is a broadcaster who I just happen to like and, you know, I think get along reasonably well with in terms of chat, I haven't been banned yet. I happen to think that her approach to the game is quite consistent with a lot of the things that I find interesting about the game, and so it's definitely a big recommendation that I can give. So it has been a while. I'm gonna take a second here and bring up my tablet, and we will find out what on earth I was thinking. Okay. I'm noticing... Oh, here we go. Okay. I thought I lost my notes here. All right, so I should have a to-do list. Okay, make name day make name day riddle and read by their... I'm assuming that's marks. And then it says to do pheasant, potatoes, drums and dances, and edicts inviolable. Okay. Yep, we're at the start of the day, so let's... I think I'm going to have to wait for the weather to make the name day riddle. Pheasant, your choice. Now I'm slightly curious about that. Roast potatoes. Okay. Well, the pheasant's a pretty straightforward one. I suppose the real question here is what... I'm actually a little surprised at myself for doing this. So... I seem to have had some sort of an idea in terms of who I'd be inviting. Okay, it looks like Connie Wakefield, Olympide, Arthur Moore, and Douglas Moore. That sounds about right, actually. Okay, so... the two mores, golden marrow and Madeira cake, roast potatoes winter for Wakefield, poached mackerel for Olympi, and I think so I think the reason why it says any pheasant is because all of them will give me the sky that I need, but because I don't want to waste a perfectly good pheasant, I'm going to take the time to double check that. So I've got jug pheasant. Now it says cold pheasant with grape salad, so I'm curious here. I guess the golden marrow can count as a main. Madeira cake is the pudding. Roast potatoes would be the side dish. Yeah, so I do actually get to do any old pheasant. Honestly, though, the roast pheasant makes the most sense simply because it has the sky, and I don't need to worry about. I don't really need to worry about like losing any other elements. So let's take the time. We will roast a pheasant. It's a servant's kitchen range, so roast a pheasant, a dish with forge, hearts, rose, scale, and sky. And then we will move on to the jail. So that would be the potatoes. Now, I think we actually need to wait on the potatoes, unless I'm going to open up the sack of vegetables. Okay, so we'll wait on that. Now, with the summer, we've got the inescapable confinement, which would be 5 knock, 5 scale, 5 winter. There's nothing really that links up with summer to make that work for me. Okay. Just gonna take a second here and see. I'm assuming there was a specific plan that I had for reading these. Clearly, it escapes me now. But we can start with by their marks. Pet the cat while you think. It looked like a Bond villain. Where did I put the cat? That is a content cat. I do kind of like the stray cat, though. It's got those very wide eyes. Actually, I was pleasantly surprised outside of work. This is about a week or two ago. I saw a frog. I actually almost stepped on it. I felt really terrible about that, but I suddenly saw like a movement down below, and I'm like, oh, that leaf looks like it's moving very deliberately, and then I realized that's no leaf, that's a frog. So once we got a respectable distance from each other, I let him just settle down, kind of crouch down and take a look, and he's very frog-like, looking at me quite cautiously, but let me get reasonably close, and I don't know, is a charmer. I have a very weird relation, sorry, this is completely unrelated to the game, but I have a bit of an odd relationship with frogs simply because I quite like them, but I actually also find the concept of a frog one of the most like terrifying things I can imagine, because if I were to imagine this like Middle Ages personification of the sin of gluttony, it basically is a frog, right? Like this thing that is mouth, like almost entirely mouth and stomach, and has a tongue that will like reach out and grab things. If you saw a human-sized frog, it would be the most frightening thing in the world. So I really like frogs, but they are also on like a carnivorous beast of mouth and stomach with the reachable tongue. Is an incredibly alarming idea when you actually sit down and think about it. So there you have it. these are the things that I ponder late at night. Let's see. Glass blowing and vessel crafting probably doesn't do the trick. Yeah, we're one short. So phylogenetically, they're really cool. Are we going to get an education, Oswin, or are you going to save that for your channel? Because I will gladly sit down and hear a small lecture on frogs, at your place or mine. All right, I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. Now, I am a little curious here. So I think the dilemma that I have right now is working out exactly how many, how much I want to level up. So I think I shouldn't really debate about it. I should bring in Mr. Kill for conversation. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. And I'm going to take a minute here and review where I was going with edicts. I think it was edicts inviolable and drums and dances, with the priority to drums and dances. So drums and dances was going to go to... oh, crumbs. 7. All right. That's already a challenge. Is it at 2? It is, my god. Okay. Fair enough. So, by their marks will be good for 1. They're just one of the most diverse group of vertebrates. You could study their genetic differences and adaptation to the environment and learn about genes. Oh, that's neat. Actually, I will share... how many of you have heard of a game called Sim Earth? This is an old Maxis game from before they made like The Sims and never heard of it. Okay, let me just see. Let me see here. Okay, so this is a fun site. The Death Generator. So these are... I'm assuming, I haven't seen all of these, but these are basically... Okay, actually, I'm pretty sure not all of them are... I actually don't think all of them are deaths, but you can get the idea here, right? Where you've got a style of classic video games, and you can, you can make them basically write whatever you want. I'm trying to... Nope. Your patient has died of a burst appendix. Report immediately to medical school and pay attention. This is a game called Life and Death. All right, where are we? There's actually quite a few new ones that have been added in here. But it does have a... There we go. Sim Earth. Amphibians are now sentient. So, first of all, this is... I should put the link in here. Oh, the other thing I will clarify too. So usually you are not limited to just the one image. So in the case of Sim Earth, as I'm sure it will not be a surprise, there's lots. So we've got amphibians, but we also have arthropods, avians, carnivorous, cetacean, dinos, mollusks. But yeah, so I also like that it still says amphibians. But yeah, I mean, this is so. This is not the best way to introduce. Apparently, it kept the text. Um, what is it? There's some good ones actually that are cats. Um, but yeah, so like I said, this is really not the best way to introduce not the best way to introduce SimEarth, but basically after SimCity, Maxis made SimEarth, which was basically the same idea except that you are managing a planet. You're managing an ecosystem. And one of the things that's actually worth keeping in mind, it's best if you are able to read some of the old Maxis manuals. Because I did this for the Sims, the very first Sims, and it actually gives a reading list of things that were inspirations for the game. And apparently they did that for the other games as well. So if you want... Now, obviously, like, I don't know, I think SimEarth was, like, either 80s or 90s or something like that. But if it follows that tradition, obviously you're going to have a bunch of points of reference for that they were looking at in terms of understanding the planet and how to turn that into a game. But yeah, one of the things that's kind of fun about it is that you nudge the planet along, right? You get to you can conjure up things, right? You can use mana or whatever it is to spawn creatures and such, but a large part of that game seems to be sort of nudging the planet one direction or another and trying to make sure that everything is in balance. And there will be sort of random events, such as certain creatures gaining sentience. And there are things. So I believe the amphibians can get to a point where you can actually. You can get to the point where the amphibians wind up, going into domed cities that wind up launching off the planet and leave, Earth as a, I don't know, a garden or something like that. Anyways, it's a very charming game. I actually will confess I don't know what the successor to SimEarth really is. It's one that I don't think you can get. If anybody knows where you can get SimEarth, I'd really love to play it. But there are God games, but I don't think there's any God games that have really done the planetary scale other than Spore. And Spore kind of seemed to be a little bit of everything. I don't know if they ever really did the full simulation that SimEarth seemed to be. But anyways, yeah. So there's my... I mean, so I got to be honest with you. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to match what Oswin had said about frogs. However, I am definitely going to read more about them now. But I figured at the very least I could share amphibians have become sentient, and we can all imagine a nice little pixel art frog whenever we say that. There are a few websites that have it. I should look it up. Thank you, Wanderer Down. Also, I don't think I said hello. But yeah, for those of you that would like to play around, number one, just look at some of the wonderful death screens, and similar, you can check out that link. And if nothing else, you can come up with various come up with variations on a theme in terms of amphibians have become sentient. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm really filibustering this time before my laundry is finished. So let's come up with some plans for today. So leveling up Drums and Dances isn't going to be too hard on its own. That's only going to require one element of the soul. And I believe for that it is... Oh, it's Heart and Nectar. So I think we're going to just quarantine the health and the core for now. Now, I am a little curious why I gave myself a... I gave myself a make the name day riddle note, but I didn't actually... I didn't give myself any instructions on how to use it. Now, my guess here would be that it's probably to read the Book of Masks. So I'm just going to take a quick second here and see what the deal is. So we take the Tryst. My best moth, I believe, is Transformations and Liberations. No, it is Edicts Liminal. Yeah, we're definitely still short. However, if I take the Shears of the Sisterhood, that's only 2 more points that I need. So I can't see a very convincing reason to need that name day riddle. Let me just take a second here to make sure that, because the name day riddle might also be a question of knock. So it's my highest knock. 12. Okay, so we take the Shapt there. Preliminal meter is my best. Vac will add a little extra. So that is also more than enough. Okay, well, I'm a little curious about this Edict's Liminal choice here, given that I have Knock and Moth, and I'm trying to level up. Yeah, okay. I'm terribly sorry about this. I'm just... I'd rather resolve why I left a note for myself to read by the... I would rather double check and just verify for myself that I don't need this name day riddle, because that's 90 seconds to make it, so if I want to do that at the end of the day, I'm in a bit of trouble. And if I can, focusing on Moth and... sorry, not Moth. Heart and Nectar would be preferable. The only thing is I am a little worried that I'm throwing away a useful day. Vanguard Master, how are you doing tonight? Okay, so one of the options that I have here is just to take a look at what I've got for the list. So, oh, hang on, Leaves and Thorns. Grail and Nectar. Okay, well, it's not... That's not it either. So if I want to go down the Bosk path, the next one would be Insects and Nectars. That's Nectar and Moon. If I want to go down the Preservation list, Stone Stories would be the next one, which I know also has a Nectar component. So it seemed to me that I still want to be moving down the list, particularly for Horamakastri, which has Drums and Dances. So that one's 7. That's the most logical next step, in my opinion. Pyroglyphics would be one for Ithistry, but again, Pyroglyphics is Lantern and Forge, so that doesn't explain why I need a name day riddle. And then Orchids and Narcotics, which would be a Grail and Nectar. So the only other thing I could think of here would be Inks of Revelation. I'd think I would have a list of memories that I need. I don't know. Let's come up. That's good to hear, Vanguard Master. All right, let's come up with a new plan for today, because I'm really not making any sense of this name day riddle business. So if I read the three and the 3, that will give me a bunch of edicts inviolable to level up. If I read the Book of Masks, decent amount of heart. The Matter and Deeds of Serpents is tempting. However, it doesn't address the immediate concerns that I have. Neither does On Imperfections or Deoris Book 2. Although, clearly I set that aside for something. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to get a little heroic on this. Let's try and read all the heavy stuff. So if I want to read the 3 and the 3, I can add the Lunar Globe, but I am going to need a moon. We could use the old wound for that, though. Well, I won't have the edicts more. We can get the old wound back by the end of the day, so... okay, so Lunar Globe for the 3 and the 3. Oh, what kind of tea? I've got mint in front of myself. And then we'll also read the Book of Masks. And then everything's just kind of a straight burn to try and... ooh, very nice. I thought I had some green tea, but I don't think so. Although probably not having caffeine at this hour might be a responsible decision, if an unfun one. Alright. What I do need to do, though, by going this heavy on my... going this heavy on the lessons, I basically need to make sure that all of my elements of the soul are dedicated towards leveling up the relevant skills, because this is going to get progressively harder as I level things up. However, the nice thing about this is that the overflow will be, it's like, okay, it's getting a little too hard to level up drums and dances. Now we use the overflow and bring up edicts inviolable. So, the die is cast. Let's think about the next steps. So if I'm going to... So the way for me to think about this turn now would be I'm going to need Heart and Nectar for drums and dances, and I'm going to need Heart and Moon for edicts inviolable. So of course, as usual, we'll take the time to find anything that Mr. Kill can't give us through conversation and add that into the inventory. So for instance, we already have Earth Signs. I'll take the time to read the paper when I get a chance to do that. I'll also get the old wound back, but I need to use Edicts Martial. So what we'll just start with is fairly simple. We'll grab whatever simple memories I can get. So impulses are something Mr. Kill can give me. Patterns, intuitions, hindsight, satisfaction. In fact, there may be a small argument for me to try and go for a couple of things. So salt will help, assuming I go for edicts inviolable. Secret thresholds don't help me in this context. Cheerful ditties do, though. Yeah. And contradictions and confounding parables do. So I actually have more moon than harder nectar right now. And there is a small argument for me to actually try and lay some of the groundwork for the heart that I need. So here we'll grab the Perugian Diaries. I'll also work on the contradictions. And a confounding parable. Oops. So there's a couple of ideas about how I can angle the day's work to my favor. However, I want to make sure... I want to give Mr. Kill a little bit of runway to get going. So, which one was it? This should be fear. Yeah. Keep losing the confounding parables. Patterns. Satisfaction, regrets, revelations. Hang on. We can't be completely empty of confounding parable books. Oh, here it is. Okay. I think we got up to the moons. I've read these so many times around. You know, let's just do this from the start for each of these. Okay, so we're gonna spend a little bit of time. I'll still need to do things like unpack the different packages and all of that, but right now we're gonna let the weather go by, and then we'll also get some help from Mr. Kill, and that'll give us an idea in terms of... Okay, the clouds will help me with the... they'll help me with the Edicts Inviolable. But one of the things that I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for that 1 minute to come up for the rest of these books. Actually, you know what? I'll just wait. I'll wait till the end, because the other challenge that I potentially run into is the books themselves may give me the memories that I'm looking for. So, Coffin Maker's Assistants, a tamer of trees, worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So the opening move here essentially is just wait for the books to finish, and then we start focusing on leveling up drums and dances as high as we can, and then maybe some overflow into Edicts Inviolable when it comes down to it. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And here, we'll talk with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So again, sorry for the time that it took me to get my head straight there, but I think we're good to go for today. I might also make the invitations. Oh, I think maybe I know what the oh, a lot more pheasant than I thought we did. Where do I keep the Boyds? I wonder how many of these things I can... Oh, wow. There's a lot of shelves on here. All right. And a delivery from Caterin Heroes. Something useful has arrived. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. So again, my original plan was wait until there's 1 minute left and then just sort of bombard the memory or the lessons with all of the various memories. In this case, I'll be a little more relaxed about it, and we'll just reserve all of the elements of the soul. So, gossip, frivolous but tasty. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. The good news is, for the first little bit, we will have a few books to read, although they're, of course, familiar ones. And cooking. 3 potatoes, one of which we will be cooking right away. In fact, let's get to work. I believe it was just standard potatoes, but I'm going to double check. A dish with edge, forge, heart, and winter. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to double check the salon I've set up. So we've got the Madeira cake, we've got the golden marrow, we are roasting a pheasant, we're roasting potatoes, and we are poaching mackerel. So golden marrow, Madeira cake, pheasant, roast potato, poached mackerel, Don Lion coffee, Isle water, Cater and Hero second flush of Sam, 2, Blue Crown tea, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we're good to go. And 2 bottles of milk. It is. I feel this is definitely a salon lineup that I would eat myself. All right. Let's reorganize. So butter up here, milk here. Gotta find a new place for the dripping. Okay, so we can move the whiskey. We'll move that down to the cellar. I know it's a wine cellar, but we all have to make sacrifices. Almonds, I wonder if I can fit that on the shelf. I can. Okay, so we'll move the dripping. All right, I'm seeing a way out. Any luck of... Well, you know what? That was a good enough run. So, raw potatoes. Sure, why not? I don't suppose there's any room here for you, is there? Did my best. Get enough people complaining, and it's a wine cellar. You can't put potatoes beside the wine. Are you crazy? All right, so now we can read the paper. Add a soul card. Oh, actually, one thing I can do is listen to the Hush House key, which is a perfectly ordinary thing for someone to say. Why are you looking at me like that? Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So also, I should be setting aside the Tryst here because that is another thing that will allow me to level up the Edict's Inviolable. And we are ready to go with some memories. The Sea does not regret. Eason Fekri, one-time Secretary Salvant to the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brandkrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. The sea does not regret the tide, Fekri writes, for when the tide is past, it leaves its traces on the sand, which traces are the sea's memory. Fekri is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brandkrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brandkrug he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. So there is our salt. That's going to help us with Edict's Inviolable, but not Drums and Dances. De Bellis Murorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. The 2-1 joined and the horn distinguished. Consequently, blood. Contradiction, something uncomfortable. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Olapoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Olapoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part, almost amicably." Olapoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. So there's a cheerful ditty. That's going to be one of the ones that helps us with drums and dances, and if I have to, I can double that up with the earth sign. And our roast pheasant, best when roasted upside down to start, but turned right way up before the end. All right, so we will add the pheasant like so. Oh, looks like we got to make some space. Gotta make room for the potatoes too. Maybe what we'll do is we'll move the tea over here. Yeah, that works. We'll put the potatoes on the side. The Other Line, one of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works, an allegorical play about the city Clarity, a city that is also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. The Lord's Proverbial and the Lord's Disquisitional war in the streets of Clarity, while the punctuates get drunk on ink and supply the jokes. Though by Savage's usual standards, there aren't very many jokes. The final act sees the Lord's Proverbial unsealing the city Clarity's gate to expel the population into the unknown. The formula that they use for the unsealing is a real one. It can be used with knock and preliminal meter to create a gate sign of power. The best chicken you've made was slow roasting a bird at 250 Fahrenheit for 4 hours. That sounds right. Again, I'm not much of a cook, but some of you may know that I have discovered a majestic cooking tome that I think only you lot would have embraced with such gusto. I was utterly delighted by how openly you all picked it up. For those of you that have access to a good library, it is called On Food and Cooking by Harold McGee. It is a very thorough. Actually, I have one of my coworkers is a cook. They really like cooking. And they were expecting a very conventional book when I was talking about it, and I sort of said some of the things that were interesting. It's like, yeah, it's kind of neat because it starts with milk, and it talks a little bit about, cheese and how that was a way of sort of preserving, before refrigeration and things like that. So it's sort of a way of preserving some kind of nutrition and so on and so forth. It's really thorough. It's the approach to cooking that I think will make me get more into it because I happen to like that sort of thing, right? If you put a big tome in front of me with like tables and equations, I don't think there's any equations in the book, I am much more likely to get into it. So on cooking, did I get the title wrong maybe? Let me just take a second here. But yeah, so anyways, I unleashed this 2-column, hardcover on my poor coworker, and I don't think they knew what to do with it. But I don't know. It's interesting. It's just it's a good one. But yeah, it's I do miss the library in Vancouver, but even in Ottawa, they do have a copy of On Food and Cooking. So if you have access to any library, chances are you'll be able to sign out a copy. Now my alarm just went off for my laundry, so I'm gonna get queue up the next little bit. I'm sorry it was such a slow start. I am a creature of habit, but I'm gonna try and get my laundry taken care of. I'll maybe see if I can get myself a refill of tea while I go to get that. But let's commit to the choices. So I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. We're reading the paper, so we're on our way to getting the occult scrap. I can't get the old wound until we get my Edicts Martial back. We're not bothering with a room tonight. And let's see, after 0.4 seconds, we have a regret, so that's not going to get me much, but we got it anyway. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So, I do apologize. I know it's been, I guess, 50 minutes. Okay, so I was 10 minutes off when I said it'd be about an hour. I figure I'll get this out of the way now, and then I can just kind of run through to the end. Even if that does mean that I'm going to bed much later than I'd planned, I definitely like Book of Hours, and it's nice to see all of you here. So I want to take the opportunity to catch up with all of you, especially because I'll be gone for a couple of days. But I am going to take some time just to get my laundry taken care of. If you have something to do, now would be a good time to get up, stretch, perhaps refill your own tea, maybe make one for yourself, or otherwise take care of yourselves. I'll run ads just so that can keep people from getting hit with the pre-roll. But that doesn't mean you need to be around here. So we will see you all in a little bit. I'll try not to spend too much time folding. I'll fold the stuff that matters, and the stuff that doesn't matter I'll just put in a big old pile. Anyways, I'll see you all in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. Sorry to do laundry in the middle of a stream, but local transit forced my hand. Let's see what we've got here. All right, I think I'm ready to unpause. This is such a dumb story to tell, but I'm going to share it anyway. Because I am a sensible human being, I did clean out the lint trap. I didn't leave it for the next person like the animals that live in my apartment building. However, this isn't normally the case, but the garbage, it's like one of those standard metal garbages where there's like, it's sort of triangle shaped at the top, and you move it out of the way and it moves up, but it's squeaky. But it just happened to have that perfect pitch that it sounded like a 1950s horror movie. Like, it's like Bernard Herrmann was scoring my my laundry trip. So as soon as I toss the lint away, I hear yee 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 yee. So I was a little worried that the delay may be longer than 10 minutes, but this is now my favorite garbage can. I'm sorry I can't bring the mics for you all to enjoy the experience. All right, I don't think there's anything I can be doing with a consider verb right now. I think we're really at the point where we're waiting for the memories. So, and we're almost at the halfway point of the day, so it's going to be tight, but I think if we manage our time well, we can make some real progress on the levels. The only thing I'm worried about, of course, is if we get hit by Numa, I may be exposed to some liabilities. I do live. The horror soundtrack garbage can, I guess it's not a can, bin, whatever, notwithstanding. Alright, fear. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So none of these have helped me with my current goals, but that's fine. The outside option is always that we can level up edicts inviolable. So I've definitely got stuff that I can do in between. So you're shuffling between reading your book and watching the stream. It feels on theme. May I ask what book? Roast potatoes. You really need rosemary for roast potatoes, but fortunately the kitchen garden at Hush House has never been short on rosemary. So we've got our salon ready to go. This is the time I should be considering... Oh yes, actually, this is an important point. All the invitations... Or hang on. No, I've got better... Sorry, for some reason I thought the invitations would be difficult, but... sorry, one second. Oh, that's nice. Actually, there's a local dev in the in the thing that I usually go to on the third Wednesday of every month. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze again. So he's there are professional developers that go to this as well. I think he actually used to work on one of the Portal games. I don't remember if he was part of that. I think he may have been part of that team that was brought in for Portal 2 that had sort of done the paint-oriented game. Obviously, he's not at Valve anymore, but he did this really good presentation where I think he has also been learning Korean. And to help learn Korean, he made this game. Actually, let me just take a quick second here and see if I can find it. I sadly don't remember the name, but I'd love to share this with you if I can find it. A lot of Squid Game coming up on here. Oh, that is such a shame. It's like the story is quite a strange one. It's a tiger winds up stealing vegetables from a a store. But it actually winds up being quite a charming story as the game kind of goes by. But he did this to help kind of help him learn Korean. I wish I knew this story better. My commitment to you is this, Oswin. When I run into the dev again, I'm gonna try and get the information. I think it may actually. I think there may be a bit of folklore to this, but I do believe that it's. Oh God. I do believe there's an element which is just invention on his part, because he talks a little bit about how he expanded the story a bit further. But I feel like there's a component to it about the tiger. I don't know. Anyways, I think it kind of had. I think some of its origin may be in Wordle, and it was just it was looking for a chance to help learn some Korean. But this thing actually wound up being quite popular. I believe it was actually flown out to talk about it. So it was a really charming story, just because first of all, I love hearing stuff like that, right? So this is somebody who wants to do something that's helpful for themselves. They want to make a game that they enjoy. They're not trying to make like 2024's Quake, or the sort of thing that just winds up being a massive franchise. It's, I have this fun idea and it will help me learn a language, and it moves on from that. But it does seem to be something that grew and had a lot of heart to it. And it made me a little sad that I wasn't learning that particular language, because I definitely got the feeling that there was this fun little community built around something that I would never really be able to fully appreciate myself, at least not until I try learning. And there's other languages I need to learn. If you're in Canada, learning French is a very helpful thing. So yeah, this is why I wanted to be. I realize I gave a very non-committal answer on the kind of the folklore mythology element, but I really. Like, to me, I remember there were some fairly intentional choices, and they were mostly gameplay and sort of visual elements. But I'm not entirely convinced that that was the only reason for some of that. No, it was like there's a reason why I wanted to try and look it up, and I regret that I just don't have enough to be able to run with it. And this specifically what you mentioned in terms of your first Korean book, just that context made me really feel like that was something that was worth sharing with you. I'm really sorry that the spirit is willing, the body is weak. I'm gonna have to report back on that, but it is something I'll share it both on the stream and with you individually. But it's gonna take a bit. Actually, if you could just give me a second, I'm gonna give you a quick DM. But yes, I will. I now have a memory written in Discord, so you can send me an all capital letters message if you haven't heard back from me once I reach. Obviously, the dev's got to be in the place too, but it was definitely a good story. Anyways, back to our bombardment of lessons. Moon Culmination, The Three and the Three, Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister in witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in crucium? I'm sure it'll be fine, Oswin. Yeah, it's. I knew that was coming up in a while, and I was like, can't get out of this now. But all right. So one of the things I actually really like about this isn't just the idea in in this book, but there's something really specific about the fact that there are multiple versions of the 3 and 3. And one thing I think is kind of neat here is you have this idea of Calyptra. We've run into it before, what does not bark, and sort of this idea of knowledge being hidden. But we've actually also had some of these sort of supervillain-like, or maybe not supervillain, but these almost villainous kind of characters who accuse organizations like the Suppression Bureau of being tools of Calyptra. And there's this really neat idea of, sort of these, either these doctrinal feuds, maybe Bowdlerization would be an example of this, but essentially, or even mangled translations. So I found out something kind of interesting. I'm trying to learn French, and I have heard that as beloved as Jules Verne's works are, apparently, he has not had very good treatment from his translators. And this is actually a particular problem because the most likely translations for you to read are going to be those early ones, which are not, allegedly not very good. I'm not in a position to judge. But clearly, if you have the opportunity to put out, a really well-known story like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, you're going to go for the one that doesn't cost you anything, and you can pay a translator to do a good job, or you can use one of the translations that's in public domain. And of course, if the early translations were not very good, which is the accusations, that means the most widely available version of this beloved story is one that is apparently not really consistent. Let me just take a quick minute and see if I can find the quote that I read on this. Where is it? English translations. Again, this is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, also known as Wikipedia. These early English translations have been widely criticized for their extensive textual omissions, errors, and alterations, and are not considered adequate representations of Verne's actual novels. In an essay for The Guardian, British writer Adam Roberts commented, "I'd always liked reading Jules Verne. I've read most of his novels, but it wasn't until recently that I really understood I hadn't been reading Jules Verne at all. Such a bizarre situation for a world-famous writer to be in. Indeed, I can't think of a major writer who has been so poorly served by translation." Similarly, the American novelist Michael Crichton observed, "Verne's prose is lean and fast-moving in a peculiarly modern way, but Verne has been particularly ill-served by his English translators. At best, they have provided us with clunky, choppy, tone-deaf prose. At worst, as in the notorious 1872 quote-unquote translation of Journey to the Centre of the Earth, published by Griffith and Farren, they have blithely altered the text, giving Verne's characters new names, adding whole pages of their own invention, thus effectively obliterating the meaning and tone of Verne's original. Since 1965, a considerable number of more accurate English translations of Verne have appeared. However, the older deficient translations continue to be republished due to their public domain status, and in many cases, their easy availability and online sources. So this is quite a shame, in my opinion. But again, to bring it back to the game here, I think there's something kind of neat about this, right? So if you were to consider Jules Verne as someone who has hit, like maybe a Samuel Savage character who hides this, esoteric wisdom inside of his, his scientific romances, I guess sometimes these get called. And you can sort of see the force of Calyptra at work here in the sense of these mangled translations. And that's a really neat idea, right? It's one of these things that I always find kind of interesting. There's an old White Wolf game, Mage the Ascension, and there's sort of this idea that magic exists and there are mages. However, they can't just go and it's not Harry Potter, because there is this consensus about reality from humanity at large, and effectively you have the collected will of humanity imposing an idea of reality, and if you breach that too far, things go quite poorly for you. So of course there's the mages that are attempting to sort of bring this big enlightenment. It's kind of like actually, oddly enough, I think, and I realize there are technical groups as well, but the Matrix is actually a really good analogy for it. I think Wanderer Down, you may understand what I'm saying based on your reaction here. But then, there's also the other side of this, which is the technocracy, which also want to achieve a certain type of enlightenment. However, it is very much on their terms. You can actually also see these themes sort of play out if you really like the Assassin's Creed games, right? You have the Templars who have this certain idea of order and control and the need to manage these, precious resources. And then you have this very... I don't want to say extreme, but you definitely have this very clear and very absolute idea of freedom, which tends to be where the mage characters are. And of course, there's sinister influences and so on and so forth. But one of the sort of hallmarks of these mages will be that they just happen to have, there's a lot of coincidence, or there's always a lot of, there's just enough to sort of paper over that something unnatural has happened. And again, it's kind of neat. It's where you sort of get to this interesting idea of, why is the world the way that it is. This is one of the things that's very satisfying about the setting of Book of Hours, is that sometimes when you are presented with a certain fantasy story or a certain environment, you can ask really basic questions, which is, why doesn't the government use magic? Or, if magic is so powerful, why are these people not in control? And sometimes they are, right? In the case of, in fact, particularly Obsidian's tyranny, there's a few different interesting ideas about that, because the magic is in the form of edicts. You also have this legion, which their magicians essentially grant them the ability to create, I think it's iron, since it takes place in the Bronze Age. So effectively you have this technological superiority represented through magic. And the opening of the game, the bad guys win, basically, is the opening of the game, and you help them win. And you are essentially doing the conquest of this continent, and again, it is through this technology, which in this case is represented through magic. So in some cases, the setting will have the easy answer, which is the they do use it, and two, they do control everything. In other cases, it will be there are reasons these things need to be secret. And in some cases here as well, this one is probably the most interesting in that there is sort of a force in the world that does keep things secret. However, it is not necessarily this overt sort of black, force that just goes and renders your page invisible. Instead, you'll have these arguments over the meaning of certain words, or there'll be corruptions in terms of translation introduced, or a number of these different things. And of course, these are all things that we experience in the real world. So again, as is usually the case with secret histories, the world just looks a little bit more interesting when you play these games, because it gives you just another perspective. Indeed. All right, we got an intuition. I might read the text again just so I can bring the ideas back, because I think this is a fairly important one, particularly because this is not the only copy of the 3 and the 3 that we have. A church-authorized version of an older text, this book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been clearly reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in crucium? All right, let's add this to the intuitions pile, and I'm hoping it's not crowded, but... Okay, first of all, we need to find it. Ah, nuts. Okay. That's not so good. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gossip books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Say hello to your new gossip shelf. I agree. All right, I'll take it. Oopsie. All right, that wasn't too bad. On to by their marks shall ye know them. Didn't I have a moth text coming in as well? Oh, I forgot to start reading it, darn it. It's gonna take me, I think I'm gonna have to skip over this. Which, honestly, that's actually not that bad. It does leave me with a lot more elements of the soul than I thought I was going to have today, but let's make do. By their marks shall ye know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that Long undergo, as they abandon their mortal condition. As the lantern long begins to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The sixth mark is to be observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. All right, we've got a pattern. We have surgeries and exsanguinations. And I believe I have already got a pattern shelf ready to go. So, our somewhat diminished pile. Now, I think what I'll do here... I guess I'm not ready for surgeries and exsanguination. So I really did, or sorry, for drums and dances. I really did actually want to put more into drums and dances, but because Edict's Inviolable, we have so many moon already, I think it makes more sense for me to work with what I've got. So we will eventually want 4 more Edict's Inviolable. We've got plenty of runway, basically, so... Let's throw one in here. So start with the intuition, because that's something that Mr. Kilmay gave me. We'll use the clouds and the salt. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. Now again, we really don't have much else to do with our elements of the soul. It's really just the fact that it takes a while for the book to be read. That's giving me pause. So let's grab what we can from Krokosh Sands. I think I'm also going to get myself an extra pitcher of water because I can. I don't know why I did it that way, but again, we've got plenty of space, so... I mean, I guess I'm hanging on to the tryst to level stuff up, but... Alright. I can also try and get my old wound, so anything we'll really do here, we'll use the Whist in this case. Explore an old wound to awaken the violent resonances within. And... I'm still going to hold out hope that we can get what we need from... Well, actually, you know what? We don't need to be too precious about it. We can get the salt back. So I should probably use the Arab because I know I'm not going to use that for anything else today. So... Oh, and I got to get those invitations written. So let's make sure we do that. Although it wouldn't hurt to exhaust my options for new elements of the soul. You just read A Journey into the Grove, and I might have to go hunting for Sister in Witch info. Interesting. Sister in Witch, I feel, comes up a lot in Book of Hours. I feel like so either I am paying attention to it more in Book of Hours, or Book of Hours is definitely doing quite a bit more to draw attention to the twins. All right, crossing to noon. And again, we'll see what Mr. Kill gives me. We still have plenty of time in the day in terms of generating memories. It's really just about, it's the time that it takes me to read certain books that'll concern me. And in particular, I'm thinking about, wait a minute, I do seem to have, oh, now I've gone and done it. So I did read the Book of Masks. The Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called The Vagabond, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush, says Athena Vanna, has a great friendship with the sun and splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansus, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, so I'm wondering if this may work for Madame Bichet, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind, for not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. All right. Let me just take a quick second here. So we've got Heya System. Don't know if you remember me, but you came by a week ago desperate to hear if the game was going on sale. Well, you'll be happy to know that I broke down and have been devouring the game. I'm very happy to hear that, Arganisi, and I do remember you. So 36 hours in, I wonder what your thoughts are for using lessons as memories when upgrading skills. It feels wasteful to me, but I'm very curious what you'd think. Also send good vibes. I can't find workshops for shaft metal and Arab to save your life. Don't worry, they're there. I can also point them out to you if you want, but I imagine 36 hours in, you're also eager to see the mysteries of Hush House on your own terms. So I do have an opinion on using lessons, and it is actually the same opinion that you have. Now, I don't know if you got the House of Light DLC. If you did, the salons make it a bit easier to get lessons. However, you don't get to pick what lessons you get. The best you can sort of do is get something in the ballpark based on the guests that you do. And if you're curious about the salons, we'll actually be hosting one tonight, I suspect. So you can get a nice little preview of that. But I think again, as is always the case, the game is ultimately the players. It's their journey through Hush House. They can do what they want. But my personal view of it is this. Lessons are relatively hard to come by, and there is a definite point in the game when you have explored the whole house that your only real source of new lessons, at least prior to House of Light, was your only real source of lessons would be the book that you get from Oriflammes every season. And of course, if you don't have a lot of Spentria, then that creates another problem in the sense that, if you may not even be able to count on that one book a season. Now again, the salons have changed that, because if you host a successful salon, then you're going to get lessons from that. And so you're not feeling quite the same pinch. And there is also something that you can do in a particular season that will allow you to actually break up your skills for additional lessons. I can elaborate that on that if you'd like, but that might be something that you want to discover for yourself in the game. I'll leave that open to people to decide if they want me to go further. So for those reasons, I think when I really think about it, right, the cost of a tuppence to get an element of the soul back, or whatever it takes to get that extra memory, that is pretty trivial compared to something that has the possibility of being something that you'll say in the end game, oh, I wish I had another lesson that had moth in it, for instance. So personally, I see a great benefit in using lessons only to upgrade skills rather than use them as memories to upgrade skills. However, again, I can also see situations like that wouldn't be an absolute rule. So a perfect example of this would be, say you've got six lessons during Numa, and you don't have a lot of elements of the soul. Well, clearly you're not going to be using every single one of those lessons. And so, if it comes down to it, if you're going to be losing them anyway, clearly you use them for upgrading. But if it's a standard day, my view on this would be you'd want to use standard memories rather than a lesson, just because in the end the lesson simply gives you more. Although, let me take a minute to think about this. I'm trying to remember if it's possible to win the game without leveling up a skill. I feel like it would be tough because you definitely need a certain level of aspect. So I think you need to start. Yeah, I think you need to make some decisions in terms of what you level up. But I don't think the game's too unforgiving if you do wind up deciding to do that. But yeah, the simple answer to your question would be your intuition is correct. It does, to my view, seem wasteful not to do it. Okay, sounds good. And yeah, this is the big one for me. So I've never felt too bad about spoilers and things. But it also kind of depends on the context. But the thing for me is that it's always nice to give people the option, especially because in some cases, I I feel pretty comfortable in a lot of the games that I play, but I never want to get to that point where I automatically assume I know everything. And one of the ways that I can sometimes find out new things about the games that I like are when I allow for another possibility, right? That I either try and do something from first principles, or I try and, you know, do a different approach to something. There's a few different ways that you can go about that. So, in the end, whenever I'm faced with a question along the lines of, should you use a lesson for, for a memory? In the end, I just, should you use a lesson instead of a memory? I go through the reasons why I do things the way that I do. And then maybe in one playthrough, when I feel I have a surplus, I'd say, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I'm going to make a quick note for myself here about the impulse. But because I kind of have that mental framework for why I made my original decision in the first place, it does help in terms of saying that, I don't... I don't know, it's kind of like when you talk to anybody, just generally being polite, it's like, well, I don't see a use for it, but if it makes you happy, go nuts. All right, so I'm going to delete a couple of my notes to myself here because they are no longer relevant. Book of Masks. 1, Maya. 2, as impulse. How Canadian of you. I did have... Well, I think I told you the story when I visited the States. I definitely ran into someone who's like, y'all are Canadian, aren't you? It's like, what do you... I could tell from your accent. It's like, what do you do with that? Right? An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. All right. So I went from saying that I've got a lot of runway to do stuff to, holy crap, I need to get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4 lessons in short order. Now, I guess there's a bit of good news in the sense that I can actually alternate between the drums and dances and the edicts inviolable for the next little bit. But I am actually going to need quite a bit of heart and nectar. So I'm going to let the next minute run by. Excuse me. But I think I'm gonna throw all my remaining elements of the soul at actually, let's also line these up. So 1 edict's inviolable, and then 2, 3 drums and dances. And in the worst case scenario, so edicts inviolable, we should already be getting the salt. So for drums and dances, it would be 3 elements of the soul, then 4. Okay, so this is technically my free batch. We'll see though. Like I do need to make sure that I give myself enough time to actually get all of this stuff done. Okay, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So clearly I did not plan the edicts inviolable well. Which is fine, we can still make this work, but let's get going with drums and dances, and then I'm going to figure out what my next couple of turns are going to look like. So, step 1, drums and dances. Surgeries and exsanguinations, cheerful ditty, impulse, give him a core, or a health, whatever. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Alright. So, we're going to need 3 heart or nectar, and then 4 heart or nectar. For edicts inviolable, if it's already level 4, then I'm going to need 2 more heart or moon. None of these help me. Technically, I can use the old wound, but I think here's what I'm going to do as a stopgap. We've got salt on the way, so that gives us 3. So we're going to get a 4th on their way now. We can't do contradiction because we've already got one. I don't want to use any of the heart stuff because I'm going to use that elsewhere. So I'm going to take a chance on a stolen secret. Okay. So at this point, I think I just load up on all of the heart and nectar stuff. I think probably it is more of a danger to me not to get those. So we'll just take it from the top. So we've got Confounding Parables doesn't help me. Impulses do because it has nectar. So we'll read the Ceaseless Tantra. We will read... something with Faust. So where were we? Impulses. Patterns is Knock and Forge, so that doesn't help me. Gossip we already have, doesn't help me. Hindsight doesn't help me. Satisfaction does, because it has a heart, so Fekri's Herbery. Regrets doesn't do anything, we've already got the salt. Foresight doesn't help. Intuition is for edicts and violable. However, storms will help, as will solace. That one we can use the metal. Alright, almost there. Fears, we've already got. Secret Thresholds doesn't do anything for me. Earth Signs we've already got, but Cheerful Ditties we need a new one. And then Revelations and Contradictions. And then we've got a couple of other ones here. So Bittersweet Certainty from Glimmerings doesn't really do anything for me here. We've already got Stolen Secrets on the way, and Beguiling Melodies are Grail and Sky. So I've got 3 health and 2 metal sort of as freebies right now. I'm going to keep those in sort of the pile until I feel like I'm clear of my immediate concerns. But again, we'll see where we're at when the books are done. And I do want to get myself 30 seconds to use the Hush House key. Of course we got a stolen secret. All right, well, actually, in that case, it doesn't really matter if I preserve the stolen secret or not, but once the salt comes in, we can level up Edicts Inviolable. I don't know if that's the smartest move or not, but Probably not, actually. I think it makes more sense for me to get the hard stuff as soon as I can. All right, the Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina, but the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But, he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, and that one history is ever written, and that Janus is a mantis prank. So there's the salt. Now we could technically level up Edicts Inviolable right now, but I want to keep my consider verb open for the following. Can I not use health for that? Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Note that it only takes 30 seconds as opposed to a minute for the book. Move gingerly while the pain lasts. The wound is visible, the pain is not. Better now. I'll risk help with letters. Man! Mr. Kill is all bangers all the time for the Edicts Inviolable, it looks like. Alright. I still get those stupid invitations written. I should... Well, no, because I'm gonna do the salon relatively late anyway, so I'll spend the night writing the invitations. All right, a wild viper. Don't make any sudden moves. Ava's locks. A pale rack washed up on the beach, by Brandkrug. The Ceaseless Tantra. The avant-garde choreographer, Nicholas Caroly, supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called percussagants, but concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that percussagants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. That which does not cease is not ceased. Impulse. It doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyway. On to the account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Lot Kahuli, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Lot Kahuli the vessel of his appetites, promising Locke that they would ascend together. At the Spider's Door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen, and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lot Kahuli remained to write this work, and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. So, replacement stolen secret for us. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. The Orchid Transfiguration's Noon, the third volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end. Marsyas is how musicians ends. In which both mountains and storms end, and the protections they use against those ends. But we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word against those who have passed the three-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law, and the law of the sun. Peace after trouble. I remember the first time I encountered... So I'd known about sort of Greek myths before, but I remember really distinctly. In fact, I get incredibly sentimental about the weirdest stuff. So, I've told this story kind of before, particularly around whenever I've played Alpha Centauri, but for those of you who might think I overdo it in terms of the love of the books, this may be a little background that helps understand this. So, when I was growing up, I liked reading. It's actually one thing that I've noticed, and I try to sort of map where things went wrong. It's like I remember when I was a kid, my parents definitely encouraged me to read, and I liked reading, and I would read, there's like usual things that young boys read. So, they, I think Encyclopedia Brown was one, and then there'd be, I guess, Hardy Boy. I never actually really got into Hardy Boys, but like, I feel like every like boy who reads is like given a Hardy Boys book to just try it. I really liked Sherlock Holmes. Just again, you pick up what you can. And then there's also some of the fun stuff too. Like I remember in elementary school, because I had something of a it's not like a heart. I know like usually when people say that they have like a religious upbringing, it's like you just hear these like wrenching stories that are like you're just waiting for the transformation into someone to be like either demon possessed or like just like it's stuff that sounds like a horror movie. Like there was weird stuff. Like definitely my parents seemed to get a lot of hand-me-downs from like the Satanic Panic. So like I guess it was on the remainder table or whatever it is. But anyways, like so Dungeons and Dragons was like a non-starter for like so long. And like magic cards. When my aunt found out about those, like that was no. And eventually I negotiated down as like, well, what if I just play a white deck only? White's the good magic. But like it is it is what it is. Why did I bring up there was something relevant to the religious but no. So when you have that, like the problem is that inevitably it creates temptation, right? So when there was in my elementary school library is when there's like this encyclopedia of the occult, of course I'm gonna check it out. Like yeah. I realize after you say it, it was a more innocent time back then, Arcanisi. But yeah, so of course I'm gonna go and check out the Book of the Occult. It's the first I found out about like Aleister Crowley and stuff like that. But actually, the book that ruined me was not that one. So like I kind of go through and like I've never quite gotten to the point. I can find some of this stuff quite impressive. So some sigils that people do, like a heptagram, I find a very interesting shape. Some of the sigils that people come up with is neat. And like everybody kind of likes superpowers and families and, different types. So when you get into some of this material, it's fun and it's full of secrets and things like that. So the imagery is quite compelling. But I've never sort of been of the belief that, if somebody reads your tarot, you are now like set on a particular path. And the idea of there being sort of this secret battle in the background of like angels and demons, for my very soul, always just struck me as a little too cartoonish for it to be something that I could really take all that seriously. So again, like the book was like, oh, that's kind of neat, and like this Crowley fellow. Well, actually, I specifically give that example because I have a coworker who, when I brought in my Secret Histories tarot, wanted like none of that. As far as he was concerned, like if you draw a deck, like that's like why would you even take the chance that your life's gonna go down that path? Like as far as he's concerned, he wants to retain his free will, and that he will lose his free will, or even that there is a non-zero possibility that he will lose his free will if somebody he like quite adamantly did not want those cards anywhere near his desk. And like obvious, I'm not a bully, right? So it's not like I'm gonna like dangle the fool in front of him and say, "Are you sure?" But I was actually quite surprised at how specific that reaction was. So yeah, for me, like as soon as you find out about Aleister Crowley, like he's the one who really sticks out for me. But yeah, like it's just one of these things. Like it never like hooked into me to a point where I have a solid belief in it, other than finding it again really compelling stuff. It's stuff that's kind of neat to read, and like when it talks about Rosicrucian allegories and that, like if you go and look at the Wikipedia page for that, like one of the images of it actually looks like one of my Besiege creations. So like it's fun stuff. The book that actually ruined me in that same library was on literally the opposite side of the library, and I read like Stephen King's The Gunslinger, and that was fine. I'd kind of heard of Stephen King as a horror writer, so it was really funny that I got The Gunslinger first, because that's not really quite what you think when you hear about Stephen King. But all that being said, it was The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it was the character of Zaphod Beeblebrox, because I was impossibly shy up to that point. And just the sheer arrogance and like this larger than life personality in this book made me realize that can actually be quite fun, and that people could in fact behave that way, and that perhaps I didn't want to become Zaphod, but there was something actually kind of amazing at how brazen this guy was. And that one actually probably had a more profound effect on my behavior than any of the evil stuff that I was supposedly evil stuff that I was reading. So there you go. You never know which book is going to. Oh, that's actually really funny. I never even thought of the practical side of that. And yeah, sorry, I should read what Arcanisa said. So I got interested in tarot once, and once I went to liberal arts college. As soon as I do all the comparing on art, meaning, and finding something that resonates, I've learned you're not supposed to buy your own first deck. I felt so bad you got turned away from it again. That's a bit of a shame, right? If you're interested in something, you should definitely follow through on it. And actually, one of the cases where I got to appreciate the tarot a little bit more in terms of the images and sort of the story that it tells. Alan Moore did this wonderful series called Promethea. It was part of the America's Best Comics series that he did. And there was this sort of there's a sequence in it where the main character, who is a girl named Sophie, who transforms into this heroine, Promethea. And she's sort of given this magical instruction, and it takes you through sort of the journey of the tarot, and that kind of winds up being her own journey. And I think one of the things that I found, like, Promethea is a really interesting story on its own, but I think you could also sort of call it a bit of a didactic work, because it really does seem to be as close as Alan Moore got to sort of saying what seemed to be his sort of spiritual beliefs. And so the book was interesting, the series was interesting for that reason. Although I did just pick up another publication from him and Steve Moore, no relation, called The Moon and Serpent Bumper Book of Magic. It's definitely not a comic. It has like a comic at the start. But that actually is a full-on text thing, and it does have a thing on the tarot. So I may actually finally understand tarot readings. But whether or not I condemn my coworker to a life without choice is a whole other question. But like I said, for me, it's usually just been it's been a source of interesting images and sort of fun stories. It's a little bit like, I guess, to it, although I know Philip K. Dick had sort of more profound religious beliefs. Like, I think he used the I Ching to write part of The Man in the High Castle, which I always thought was kind of a neat idea. Anyways, where I was going, what I meant to be talking about was not that trip to the library. But I have been kind of conscious about it. So there's definitely points where I can sort of mark in my life where libraries had been very where they had either an important effect or something that I really liked and something I would go out of my way to participate in. And I definitely think to a certain extent, I would say that video games sort of got a bit in the way of that. And some of them you can say are like good ones because, Civilization, you sort of learn a little bit about the world through that as well. But I think I did wind up spending a bit more time on gaming or things that weren't reading. And I've often talked about this experience where when I moved out on my own, as soon as I was able to move out of the house, I did, and went to Vancouver, wanted to pursue a film career. And my music player broke very shortly after I got in there, and I had a fairly long commute on public transit, and certainly no money to replace the player. So, and as a sheer last resort to avoid boredom, I went to the library. And the nice thing about this one is that the library in Vancouver really is shaped like a coliseum. It's 6 floors full of books. One beautiful building. Could not have asked for a better and more monumental place to reconnect with some of this. And that it's not to imply, like, obviously I had enough of an impulse to want to go to the library to get a book. And clearly I had been engaging with books before that. Oh, you should definitely take a look online for some photos. The Vancouver Public Library main branch, it is definitely something. Especially because Vancouver's so scenic on its own. But definitely there was a point where like I really like connected with it. And just to be clear, like it's a great library. I can remember I was a little interested in how financial markets worked, and like you could go to the reference section and there's this thing called the CFA. So like if you ever buy a mutual fund, if you take a look at the fund manager, chances are it'll say like CFA after the name. It's a certification for financial analysts. And all the textbooks for it for multiple years were there. And like at a point, I'd sit down, I started from the very first one. If you'll excuse me, Pro, just give me 1 second here. I believe the proper name would be... Oh, I hope I get this right. Roman, get it right. Anyway, yeah. So I will give a proper shout out to Prosciutto Fist in just a little bit, but I'm gonna get all warm and fuzzy about books because I was trying to talk about how I sometimes get weirdly sentimental about some things. So basically the big thing out of that one was I think it was actually just because it was on the second floor, so it was the first set of books that was easily accessible to me after I got my library card, but it was a philosophy section. And I actually saw some of the books that had served as quotes in a Civilization game that I really liked called Alpha Centauri, and that sort of that got me interested enough to kind of go back quite regularly. Like I actually remember I had my arms got very sore the number of books that I was taking out with me, or like my backpack was definitely groaning under the weight when I would bring a backpack. But there was a certain point where I sort of ran out of stuff to read in that section. And I was looking, I seemed to really like some of the classical stuff, right? So like the Plato, and I was kind of wanting to look a little bit at the Stoics. And then I'd sort of heard of a couple of other authors and I couldn't really find them. And, go to the catalog and take a look. And there was a classical literature section. So it wasn't in the philosophy section, it was in the literature section. I think it was maybe because somebody had referenced Horace or something like that. And I get there and I find Metamorphoses, translation by Charles Martin. It was the hardcover version, so it had this like nice red cover on it. I read that. It was my first encounter with Ovid, although I'd remembered Ovid being mentioned in the movie Eyes Wide Shut. And I was like, well, I got it. Actually, maybe I'd read Ars Amatoria before. If you've not heard of Ars Amatoria, it's like a ancient Roman pickup guide. Um, so that's a fun one. It's in verse, and there's two volumes for men, and then the one volume for women. They need half as much instruction. And there's also Remedia Amatoria, which basically says, because my last book worked so well, now you got a girlfriend and you want to get rid of her. Here's how you do that. So good fun. But yeah, I eventually got to the volume of Metamorphoses was definitely just sitting there tempting me. So eventually I read it. And like, if you've never read Metamorphoses, it's this constantly shifting poem all about changes, and it's basically this story from creation to the apotheosis of Julius Caesar, and it takes you through all mythology. Yes. Yeah, so this is why I'm very careful to say Metamorphoses as opposed to The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka, which, if you have not seen... How many of you have seen Kurt Vonnegut's Shapes of Stories lecture? I'm not going to show it on the stream, but I am kind of curious. But I'll finish the story here. So that hit me like a thunderbolt. Like that, Ovid is still probably definitely my favorite classical poet. I think that is just an absolute masterpiece. And it has Apollo and Marsyas in it. It has all of those different stories. But just Metamorphosis, particularly the one that I read, which has like this great introduction by Bernard Knox. Like, I loved that so much. So much so, in fact, and this is where the sentimentality gets absolutely bizarre, because I remember, this is riffing off of Oswin's reaction to Apollo and Marsyas. It meant so much more to me that when I visited Vancouver, that was when Brace Yourself invited me to their Halloween party, I actually specifically took time out of the day. I went back to the public library, because that's already a site on its own, but I specifically went to that classic section to see if Metamorphosis was still there, and it was, and I just kind of had to hold the book in my hand and just like have that nice little moment. It's like, this is where I really got into the classics. And, put it back on the shelf, because I'm not a weirdo. I'm not going to like fondle the book in the middle of the library for hours. But yeah, this is, there's a few kind of moments like that throughout, sort of my reading history, which is one of the reasons why it's nice to play a book, play a game, and that's a lot about books and a love of books and the things you get out of books and how they make you grow and how you learn things inside of them. Anyways, for those of you that like books, Prosciutto Fist. We had Oswin Meow, now we're going to talk about Prosciutto Fist. Prosciutto Fist has been doing history streams lately, and today, apparently, she did Pompeii, which means she got to talk about Pliny the Elder, feminist icon. The Pro's got a very fun stream. She's been doing, is it Zombie Army? I actually don't know the name, but you've been shooting zombies lately. But I definitely think a couple of things that you'll like. Pro does occasionally play Book of Hours. But I will actually definitely say I think quite a few of you will like the history streams that she's been doing. She did Jack the Ripper. She's done the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire. What are some of the other ones that you've done? Because I don't get to see them all that often. You did Vlad the Impaler. I'm going to leave you to say some of the other. I know usually I just vote for whatever one will tie it all up. You honestly do not remember. Very memorable title. Anyways, Pro's got a very unique stream, definitely a fun one to hang out in, and I think especially some of the history stuff that she does is something that will probably line up very well with a lot of you. And you can all tell her how the Secret Histories works when she plays Book of Hours again, because I know she loves that game. Anyways, Fekri's Herbery. The early wisdom of Isen Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, and much later the Secretary Salvin to the Curia of the Isle. As a Scaptodon, Isen may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he is best with root lore. Oh, that's right, you did do Salem as well. And the Demon Core. I think that was... Demon Core is probably your most popular one, if I recall correctly. Isen identifies a pale seaweed found in the branches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought unwise for a Scaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Locks suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brandkrug. The Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Olopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Olopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He is never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear the stream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Olopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, in the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. It was far away the most popular and the first. Well, see, this is the thing, all right? So you've already broken the seal on the Pliny stuff. Now you need to talk about his, his other views. You need to talk about the contents of his encyclopedia. It's very important to talk about the ancient Roman stuff, right? If you think about it three times a day, we make you an honorary man. All right. In 0.3 seconds, we're going to get a sound. The Hush House key. Heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn. Heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that, too. Serena Blackwood herself forged this key. "I'm tired of losing it," she said. Memory sound. A memory lasts longer than an echo. Of course, when speech came into the world and we could cast echoes into words, things got more complicated. It's very educational. How can you see? All right. Let's get Drums and Dances 3. So I'm going to have to take a quick check to make sure that I'm not leaving anything on the table here, but we'll take our core. Impulse, Solace, Satisfaction. And we'll... Oh, actually, I just need the 3. Okay. So actually, I just need one more heart, it looks like, for this. So we'll take the Weaving and Not Working. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. So now would not be a bad time for me to just double check that I have what I need. So we're going to use Edicts Inviolable. Edicts Inviolable will require 4 memories. 1, 2, 3, 4. Weaving and Not Working will require, once this is leveled up, so it's currently at 3, so we'll need 4, so we need 1 more heart, but after that, we're good. I thought for some reason we might have more memories than this, but I was freaking out over nothing. So, let's assume that I'm going to need 1 more memory. So I can use the FET for that, I suppose. But otherwise, these are all the elements of the soul that I have to use for today. And we don't have that much. We don't have that much else to do. But maybe we don't tie up the FET. Okay, so trip to the moor. The wind's almost warm. Crowcross Sands. Take a long walk along the ocean's side. If I know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. What has the sea seeded today? Okay. So, the health I can use to do some gardening. So, pears would not be a bad idea. I think those are the last I'm going to be able to get. Or no, actually, we'll be fine for a little while. What about the summer stuff? Moth orchids. You know what? One of each. The history plant has risen. Gather its blooms. Okay. What did I get? 2 metal again? So we've got the cheerful ditty. Guess I'll get the impulse again. And I don't know, like the Foss, the Shaft, and the Whist, I feel like I should be doing more with this. I can get some money with one of them at least, but for the rest, I either need to craft something or do something else. Anyways, the other thing I want to do is get those invitations sent out. So again, I'm sorry I'm sort of all over the map, but I felt like I wanted to get more done today, which I'll confess I'm actually a little confounded as to what I was missing, but we won't worry about that here. Let's take the... So we've got Nona's desk. We will add a typewriter. So first invitation would be Connie, so we want Moon for that. Edix Marshall doesn't work in this case. Lantern and Moon isn't a thing, but Tradis Mahara should cover it. Alright, I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Connie to Brandkrug. So we'll invite Wakefield next. Now I just need to post it. Okay, quenchings and quellings ought to do the trick here. And again, we'll add the typewriter. Request Zachary's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Zachary to Brandkrug. So Olympia Bichet, I think I can't remember if she needs Moth or Forge, but I think transformations should cover us either way. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? By the way, Pro, I'm sorry, I did mention that you were doing Vesuvius. I don't know if I asked if you actually, like, how that went. Did your stream go well? I'm assuming that you've finished. Okay. Now I just need to post it. Underpopulated, but good. That's a hint for all of you to follow if you didn't catch it. Although that wasn't Pro's hint. That's my hint to you. Yeah, it is moth. Nope. I need to find something better. Moth. Not leaves and thorns, but... Oh, right. I've used up all my... Ah, damn it. I may not be able to make this work at this time. Oh, no, hang on. Resurgences and emergences? Then I won't have enough moth. No, actually I should. Yeah, request Olympi's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Olympia to Brancrude. That's my invitation for them, for you to find. I'm not trying to imply that you're that you're fishing for the shout out. You already got it. All right, this skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay. Don't have what we need for drums and dances. Edict inviolable. Contradiction, confounding parable, stolen secret, salt. Add tryst. Add lesson. So satisfying to have come so far. I better find a use for all these. I will kind of go on a bit of a crafting binge in a minute. Actually, we can do that. Let me double check that I have the book that I need. Okay, this should be good, and I can use the earth sign in the worst case scenario. So with Whist, we can turn... Actually, yeah, better... Better than making another Solomon's Preparation. We can probably combine this. Oh. Hindsight. I wasn't quite planning on using Ava's locks for this, but honestly, we have got more than I know what to do with. Alright, and Fekri's Herbery somehow wound up on the bridge, so let's put that back. Are you kidding me? How'd you wind up here in the first place? Ugh, that's so frustrating. Alright, I will have to deal with that later. We already spent quite a bit of time reshelving the library, so I don't want to waste too much time on that. Well, it's never a waste to reshelve the library, but you know what I mean. Okay, for Faust. Definitely not making things up, Glager. I will say, actually, so I know some people don't want me to give away too much, so I think I can find a way of balancing it. But the one thing that's kind of fun is that I actually haven't had anyone... There's always sort of been that hint that there would be, like, people would enjoy more lore-oriented streams, but I don't think there's ever been the moment where somebody's like, okay, hit me with what you got. I want to know what's the deal with Book of Hours. Like, what is this thing about? What is all of this madness that you're talking about? And actually, I'd be fine, like, telling people about it. I think it's a very interesting setting. And there are some really clear ways. Like, the thing that's interesting about this game is that more so Cultist Simulator, but the game does present you with a situation where you don't necessarily know everything. Like, you don't have everything to, like, figure it all out from the start. And that's intentional, especially in Cultist Simulator, where effectively you're playing a hospital porter who's been given sort of this glimpse to this wider world, but only a glimpse. and you spend all this time sort of unpacking what that means. And in the case of Book of Hours, I think it's fair to say that you have more of a connection with this occult world, but there's still a lot to learn. Like, there's a lot to learn about the house, there's a lot to learn about the history of the people who lived here, and then there is the setting. And even people who, you know, are just complete masters of Cultist Simulator, who, you know seemingly everything that there was to know about Cultist Simulator, we're learning new things about the setting and the lore and the, you know, the world. And it is a testament to the quality of the game's writing that you can play this game a few times over, and things that might have sort of a surface level meaning all of a sudden get just a slightly different color when you read them in another way. And there's actually very few games that I can really think of that do that as effectively as this game here. So it's one I'm actually really enthusiastic about talking about and being able to share, because I think it's a very unique game, and it's one that works in a slow way on you, but definitely works in this very compelling way that I really find hard to compare to any other game. So that's why I like taking the time to do it. But again, I also know how tedious it's like. My mental model for like fandoms that overdo it is always thinking about the usually I think about the what is it, Warhammer 40k wiki. Like, those people are nuts. That has a level of detail I will never be able to understand or appreciate. I like that people like stuff that much. It's just I cannot conceive of a situation where I would. Oh, you know what? This would be a good use for the sand. Not here though. Maybe here? No. This is material and glass. This will be tricky. Yeah, that doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. Looks like I'm running out of options. Maybe I just throw the Faust in. Oh no, hang on, there's one thing that I can do. Gull Colony. The sea rolls below. But yeah, no, like I kind of appreciate the fact that if I just start ranting about the setting, that's only going to be interesting to a subset of people. So I've so far been able to keep that keep that in. Okay, who was I trying to invite? I really want to try and get this salon done. So Arthur Moore and Douglas Moore. I may not do the salon first thing in autumn, but I will make an effort to do it early. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? And now I just need to post it, so last but not least, very tired detective. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Douglas Moore to Brandkrug. For those of you not familiar with why I call him the Very Tired Detective, there is, I believe, the first antagonist you encounter in Cultist Simulator is known as the Weary Detective. However, you can sometimes recruit the Weary Detective, and if you do that, you learn that the Weary Detective's name is Douglas. And in Book of Hours, you learn that Douglas's last name is Moore. For the attention of D.I. Douglas Moore. So, inviting them today isn't going to accomplish anything. We need the Quiet Salon to go away first. But I should be able to host the salon pretty much at the start of autumn. The Shavenlock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanarus rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change has truly begun past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. I've read. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still, they will cling to your hair. The Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. Okay, there's the impulse. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So before I go too much further through the day, I'm just going to take a second here and take stock of where these skills are. This is mostly just to make sure that I don't lose the... I mostly just want to make sure I don't lose the plot in terms of what I'm committing. So we want to get drums and dances up to level 7 eventually. So it's at 4, so we'll need 3 more of those. Damn it. And Edict's Inviolable, we are going to want... I think that was at a higher level. I know it doesn't go to Ithistry. That's all the way up to 9. Okay. So we need 4 more. So... Oh, for heaven's sake, I've got to... No, sorry. Weaving and not working. Never mind. For some reason, I thought I'd already used up all the memories, so I was about to freak out. Drums and dances. Storm, cheerful ditty, sound, impulse, core, add the weaving and not working. That should be it for all my lessons. So satisfying to have come so far. And it's a little late for me to check now anyway, but I am just going to take the time to make sure they're not hanging out in a suspicious place. Okay, I think we're good. And I wasn't expecting this. I may not have enough time, but I think I'm going to try and make another... so if I do Transformations, Liberations, I can try and make another Iotic Essence, or I can try the... Well, if I do the Orpiment Exultant, I'm almost certainly not going to be able to make it. In time, I mean. Do we have a liquid that's hanging out on the bridge that I can use? Probably not. I also forgot to open the luggage. Feel a little bad dipping into this, but actually, do these? No, these are material. Oh, Regensburg. Let's keep the Regensburg bomb. Iotic Essence. Transform this liquid into a ruddy essence of forge power. All right, let's organize. So I do actually kind of need to make sure some of the things that I can use to feed the chickens and such are in places I'm likely to... No! I need to make sure that this stuff is in a place where I'll actually recognize it and use it. way I don't have to go all the way back to the bridge. Don't you hate it when you drop dripping and you have to walk all the way back to the bridge? Just another Friday night for me. All right, let's see what else we've got. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we'll put the Wild Surmise overnight. I may have to actually decide what I want to do with it. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. For the rest, we've got the pears. We've got some mackerel kicking around. That's gonna go into the water. That's gonna go into the water. Actually, we'll just put this all on a bridge. So, in summer, Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. An afternoon spent profitably reading papers to the curious, reading affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Moth orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. And the history plant has risen, gather its blooms. I do actually intend to use this stuff at some point, but... And the skill is now level 5, its power aspects have also increased. So again, we didn't get it to the level that I wanted it today, but we did okay. And with Keeper level knock, Glassfinger Toxin is a precursor to the Sacrament Ascite. Scraps from the Isle's Edge, awakened feather, alive to every draft and spark. And I'm curious if we will get the Iotic Essence in time. Oh, that's a painful 2.4 seconds off. With Keeper level Forge, Iotic Essence is the precursor to the great ink called Orpiment Exultant. With Keeper level Lantern, it can become Xanthotic Essence instead. In the later operations of the Forge, the Madrigad yields to the true Forge of Days, and the essence begins to redden. The bit about the true Forge of Days nearly got St. Melisandre burned for heresy, but no one ever said she was wrong about the second part. And Nillicant. This is an Incastum Terminale, one of the great inks. Use it with your journal to record a history and fulfill your reason for coming to Hush House, if you so choose. It's my ink shelf. You know what the really shameful thing is? That this actually doesn't look that much different from my computer desk. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4... at least 6 pots of ink in front of me. Rain. I knew it! Alright, Numa. We are at the threshold of Numa, the Labyrinth season, the season that lasts only a single day. When Numa passes, all your persistent memories go away. So, we have got our work cut out for us. River, wheel, flame. Time. It has been called a wheel, but my family perceive it as a flame. Coolest at its heart, but wildest at its edge. The matter of counterfeit memory. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with the tricks and stratagems that might have been used in secret by the Hours. Okay. So we're down 2 elements of the soul already. Not my favorite, but let's make do. Uncanny Labors. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So, I don't think we're going to get to the salon today, and I am sorry about that, but the game decided that I have got Numa, and this is actually, there is a possibility here for me to actually pull off a number of the things that I've been wanting to do on this playthrough, so I am going to take a minute to think it through. Let me just take a minute here. I believe I think I actually wrote out a bit of a Numa plan on my tablet here, and I just want to see if I have it on another page. Didn't have anything too specific, it looks like. So let's... honestly, the best thing for me to do here is just write the notes and work it out. So, I'm going to put a new line. So first of all, for those of you not familiar with Numa, this all looks very interesting. Everything's colored. But the other fun part is when you take a look at all the other areas. Mist and silence. The house is quiet. The signs above the door are written in a language even I cannot read. No one comes in to answer my knocking. Numa. The mists are thick, but as I approached, I saw lamplight in the rector's study. Now, though, I see the windows are shuttered, and the light I saw was a fugitive wisp like a lost star. Numa. The telegraph line crackles. The mist surges and retreats. From far away, it might be the hills above the village. I hear the postmistress's voice crying out, imprecations and lamentations in the Cornish tongue. But there is no sign of her here. Numa. The smithy fire still glows, but through the window I see a gaunt eyeless shape working the bellows. There is no sign of Denzel, and I know better than to interrupt this visitor. Numa. And of course we already did the introduction here. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So of course we give up our medal. So, we have got a few parts of the house that seem to be touched by strange forces. But I'm going to do something special here. So, I need to plan out exactly how I'm doing this. Okay. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do this. So, I do need to plan it all out. So I'm going to break up spices and savors. Okay, so 2. So with that, so I'm just trying to work out what it's going to take me to get it back to 5. So 2 memories. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 3, 6, 10. So if I do this purely from Elements of the Soul, reading books, I'm going to need at least 14 to get spices and savors back. We've got 2, 5, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 4, 28. Okay, 30 something. We're fair. Okay. So, the next challenge that I am faced with, actually, let me just, let me count this again. So 7 and 4, 11, 15, 18, 21, 25, 30, 33, 35. Okay. So I've got 35 elements of the soul, 14 of which will be spent restoring spices and savors. So from that, I'm going to have 21 to play around with. Now, when I do that, what do I want to get out of this? The easiest thing that I can do would be to level up the low-level stuff, because that just generally requires fewer elements of the soul. But I also have... like, there's lots of flexibility because there's only so much time in the day. So the best thing I can do is just take a look at my list of what I want. So for instance, Bosk, Applebright Euphonies is already at level 6, so the next thing that I want is Insects and Nectars at level 7. Given that Insects and Nectars is at level 2, I'm probably not going to take it up to level 7, but we might be able to make a fair shot of it to say, okay, you know what, let's just try and push that as far as we can. What else? Stone Stories, level 7, right? That's currently level 3. We can probably get a little bit more mileage out of Stone Stories as well. Edicts Inviolable at level 9. I mean, I can, but I feel like I probably have what I need to get that in place. Leaves and Thorns to 9. Again, that'll take 7 plus 8, so 15 elements of the soul. Drums and Dancers, there's sort of a similar story. We've already been pursuing that. We've already got Sacralamea up to 6, so we're fine there. Spices and Savors is at level 5. Pyroglyphics would be one that I want to level up. So actually, maybe I'll just start doing my short list. So, Insects and Nectars. Pyroglyphics. Now, Pyroglyphics is going to compete a little bit with Spices and Savors, but we can make that work. Horns and Ivories has a way to go still. Orchids and Narcotics, that's another low level one. The Inks of Revelation, but that's already relatively high, so Glass Blowing and Vessel Crafting would probably be the better one. Now, the other thing that's worth remembering about these is that I also have the option of committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms tonight. But I think here is the way I'm going to go about this. So I'm going to queue up everything I need for spices and savors to get leveled up. So we're going to go to also... So the ones I'm going to be reluctant to use will take Trist, Health, Metal, Shapt... Arab core. Nah, every single one of these I can potentially use. So, let's say all the metal, 2 of the shop. So that gets me going for Pyroglyphics. If I can, I'd also like to use the core and the health to do some gardening, but I know I'm already kind of stretched thin. Okay, so well, here's the first thing we're going to do. Let's actually break up spices and savors. So here it goes. In Numa, in this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror, which is to say, among other things, we might consider its shattering. Add an element of the soul to learn about an unusual action only available in Numa. So, I'm actually going to throw the shaft at it here. That brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 13 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. For though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. Okay, so now we're breaking this up. So the easiest thing for me to do right now is essentially use all of my Whist, because I don't think any of the skills that I want to level up today use Winter. They do use Lantern, but as long as I kind of preserve the Lantern through other means, I should be okay. So again, we'll do our usual routine. We're going to try and we'll get whatever books are relevant. So in the case of Spices and Savors, we want Forge and Nectar. So Traveling Knight Volume 1 works. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Patterns gives us Forge, so we can read Advice on Containment. Again, preferring Whist when I can. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. We've got Gossip does not help us in this case. Hindsight, nope. Satisfaction does not. Regrets does have Forge, though. Foresight will help, although I'm going to have to start using other things. Let's use... Orchids and Narcotics is going to want me to use the Grail at some point. So what are my other options? Fet. Fet's one that I can use. Alright, in the Mallory. Intuition, Storms, Solace, Fears, Secret Thresholds. We already have Earth Signs. Revelations, Contradictions. Stolen Secrets, Beguiling Melodies. None of those things are relevant to leveling up. The one thing I didn't keep track of, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, did I really just get only 4? 1, 2, 3. Wow. Okay, well, I'll live with it. Let's think about what I can do with glass. Well, yeah, all of them actually have some conflict. So let's Let's focus on the ones that can give me some moon. So we're on to It Is Written for the Confounding Parables. We can read... sorry, this is not the hour I really want to be dealing with this stuff. What am I gonna do here? Let's do Queen's turn. So I think an intuition and a stolen, intuition, stolen secret, and contradiction. All right, let's see how far we can get with this. I also have the available, memories here, but I want to try and make as much, progress on my own. And Noombroom, Numa's Brumous Vapors, 5 knock, 5 moon, 5 rose, and looks like this event is done. So we talked with Julian Cosley. Ye's the exception, but no exception to eternity can last forever. That's rather the point. Only when I accepted that. Stars move still, time runs, the clock will strike. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. This Numa, there will be no incident. Pneumatic visitors will seek a general consultation. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. And we have none other than Professor Rowena Hengirst. For many years, under many names, Rowena has done, learnt, or eaten many things she really shouldn't have. But for many years, under many names, she has served as the protectress of Hush House. All right, we're committed. The skill is now level 1. Use your many-faceted lessons wisely. So, a lesson of many facets. Light leaks in where, from, how. An unusual and versatile lesson that will not persist past dawn. Use it quickly. We shall. All right, so first thing we want to do is restore spices and savers. The most important thing for me to do here is just keep the machine going. So if I've got a nectar to throw at it, I'm doing it. So in this case here, we've got the rain, we're using the rain. Let's throw a shaft at it. Got our many-faceted lesson. There is always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. So that's bought us some time. We need to still wait for the books to run by, but we knew that was going to be a thing that happened. I'm also debating on my use of health. I think what I'm going to do, I should actually pour some water and use it. Oh, God. Yeah, I should have used this earlier. I do want to try and make something of the day, so I'm gonna give up a couple of It's better for me to use the core in this case. I'm going to give up a couple core. And let's use the high level ones. So this is for the moly, and then we will use one for the Aglaophotis. Sure, herbs and infusions. Aglaophotis, the other rose. Only in Numa does it bloom. Alright, let's chat with Rowena. I am here, probably. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. I can identify my visitors' interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. So we already know Kernwek Henevek, but let's see if we can satisfy her curiosity for Grail. However, it is a 7 Grail, so it's not going to be an easy one. Where do I even start? 10's not bad. Calcite Supplication, though. There we go. Suitable reading. My visitor has questions about blood or birth, or both. My collection has answers. Pour it out. All right, so we're going to use that to recover. The metal may not be a bad idea, actually. So we'll pour ourselves another one of those, and hopefully we'll get something back on time. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Pour it out. All right. So once all these memories become available, everything sort of kicks off, and we're going to really feel the pressure. Okay. Traveling at Night Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. Olopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. Okay. I move the many fast. Actually, let's just move Earth Sign here. Again, it's kind of the end of the world as far as all these lessons are concerned, so I do want to try and find uses for as many of them as I can. There is our impulse. Next up, it is written. Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brandkrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Potentialia. As a light passeth through a prism into many colors, so the great ink separateth into the lesser inks, and the lesser inks into the inks minor. Musgrave coyly refuses to talk of the great inks, or else refuses to admit he doesn't know much about them. He insists that Ugol and Stargol, which can be mixed with sufficient nectar or sky aspect, are sufficient for most befitting purposes. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters. Perhaps, maybe this is related to some of the things that Rowena has eaten. But wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but, now that she is a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. In the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Lively, yes, but almost entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tears of the forgotten moon, caught by the lionsmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, stung by the lionsmith's hammer. The author is either terribly misinformed as to the nature of the hours, or one begins to suspect intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts. But there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. With forge and fire blast, meanings press and screw. Advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mansus things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thyrza notes similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body, by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mansus Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. You can just give me 1 second here. I did forget to do something. Cool. I actually didn't forget. I forgot that I didn't forget. The Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansus directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. Alright, so the contradictions for something else. Actually, on that note, so is the salt. And so is the confounding parable. Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. There are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe the grand twins escaped, even that they yet live beyond the sea. Father Theo has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Hafren, her forebear, or the curse placed on her line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. He had begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them, rather than accept the 3 deaths as a futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. Actually, Glager, to your point about, thinking that some of the stuff might be random and such, I know you're kind of joking about it, but a good example of this would be with Oswin Meow. I was opening up a room and I said, "Hey, Oswin, there's a little bit of something you'll discover a bit later. Do you mind if I open this up?" And there was a reference to Red William. And in fact, Red William's referenced, I think, in at least one other room. He's also referenced in a book. I also happen to be sitting beside the bust of Ava de Wolf. This is a crystal called Scolecite, the Wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. And Ava comes up quite a bit in some of the other stories as well. So if the first book that you read is Lady Ava's Repose, this is definitely going to have a particular meaning. But what you will find is that as you continue to play the game, there will be more that you discover, either about the characters, about maybe their intentions and their natures. And that's one of the real rewards of the game, particularly because you don't get to pick the order in which you read them in some cases. Sometimes they'll just come to you through a random draw and such, and they give you different impressions in terms of the world. So there's a coherence to it, but whether or not it's something that's immediately apparent is another question. Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, Hieronymus Pseudo-Hypnotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood of the Knot on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. Hieronymus claims that the powers served by the Sisterhood of the Knot made an arrangement. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Hieronymus's writing becomes incoherent with rage at this point. Hieronymus recovers his composure, eventually, to describe how the Thunderskin entered the manses through the Peacock Door. This, Hieronymus insists, is abomination upon abomination, but then that most abominable of doors has always been an abomination. All right, so let's focus on our most immediate tasks. In this case, it's going to be leveling up spices and savors. So here this is actually pretty easy. We can use the Earth Sign, we can use the Regret, we can move on to some of the other things that we need. So we will employ, I think I'm actually going to put another shop towards that. And we will use one of our many-faceted lessons. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Now what I want to do at this point is I want to take stock of what I have available and what I'm specifically putting my memories towards. So, on my to-do list, we've got the first one, the second one. So I've got 2 more that I need to take care of. So I need 3 and a many-faceted lesson. And I think it's fair to say that at this point I'm short on what I need to get that last level for spices and savors. So one of the things that I can do here is I can make sure that I get myself 4 forge or nectar memories. And then I'm good. I can move on to whatever else I need. So actually, let's queue those up now. I'm going to try and do as much of the forge as I can. So we'll definitely use the pattern before. Oops. No, we're fine. Okay. So that's 1 of 4. The reason why I'm counting that as 1 of 4 is if I want to level up insects and nectars or orchids and narcotics, they'll also use nectar. This is fascinating. I only had 1 Pneuma so far, and I was in no danger of losing my persistence, but it makes you really worried now. So here's the thing. The only persistent memories you need to worry about are your lessons. But for me, I'm actually starting to run out of books that are relevant to some of the skills that I need to level up. So if I can sort of raise the floor of a number of my different skills, that'll help me a lot. So stuff like Horizon Sight, Didymos, Occult Scraps, most of those are things that might be a little difficult to get back, but they're not going to completely transform your playthrough if you lose them. The lessons, on the other hand, kind of comes back to that other conversation that we had, like whether it's a good idea to lose those elements of the soul. And my view, the answer to that is no. You do actually want, where you can, to try and make this work. Sorry, I'm trying to also keep track of my... I'm actually going to give up this shaft, and we'll do 2 metal here. But yeah, so in this case, losing the lessons, if I'd been sitting on those lessons, I have 21... Oh, yeah. Okay, so definitely Pneuma is one of these things intended to stop you from hoarding your lessons like that. At least that's my read on Pneuma. So if you've not if you've not used them, I would encourage you, now is probably the time to get on that. Sorry, I'm so distracted right now. So we've got one, two of what I need. Well, no, because Wrapped in the King I'm not using. So I only have the one. Fair enough. On to number 2. So, confounding parables don't help. Impulses. Okay, I should be willing to use impulses. So, 2 of 4. Okay. Regrets. Need Fusine. 3 of 4. I think I blew it on my other FET desks that I can use it at. Oh, no. Okay, so that should be 4 of 4. I'm feeling particularly paranoid right now, so this is a spare nectar. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we have 2 desks available. So the first question that I have in front of me is how and what am I going to level up? So because I've got Moon in front of me right now, so the options that I wrote down here were insects and nectars, pyroglyphics, orchids and narcotics, and glass blowing and vessel crafting. So it seems to me like insects and nectars is the obvious choice here because I have a bunch of Moon. So if I do I and N, so we already have 2, and we'll throw a Trist at it. So I need 1 more of either nectar or Moon. Of course, I can use the old wound in this case, so we actually kind of have what we need. Although if I can, I should say it would be nice if I can work out a Moon and a nectar. It's just I know that most of my nectar's already spoken for, so So perhaps I want to move on to something like glass blowing and vessel crafting, or possibly orchids and narcotics. So if I go for orchids and narcotics, that's a nectar and a grail. So I definitely have some grail stuff that I can get. So let's say I'll set aside 1 for now. Again, I'm trying to keep the health free here so that I can do some more gardening. So I'll use a Foss. Now this is potentially close. Actually, I think I've largely closed off glass blowing and vessel crafting because of how I've used my Foss here. So here we'll read the berry book. So that's 1 of 2. And yeah, we'll say 2 of 2 with the Fost, but I do have a bit of an ace up my sleeve, so this would be one where the Gossip would help. Trying to remember where we've I'll do the portal on again, but I think we've actually read that before. Okay, so let me just make sure all the desks are... No, Ava's desks is not currently used. Edge, Grail, Moon, and Winter. Man, I really... I really chose an interesting set of priorities. I'm going to risk the Tryst right now. And it's getting kind of tight for I think I'm actually going to try and do a stolen secret. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That's not too bad. So these are the elements of the soul that I currently have available to me. I am going to get a few more in a little bit. But I'm already half an hour over the time that I was planning on stopping, and I am well past the time I wanted to be in bed. So I'm trying to do this in such a way that I'm constraining my options, just so that I have a fighting chance of not getting paralyzed by all my choices. Okay, so first things first. Let's commit the metal that we have. It's quite important that we get this back up to 5. We don't want to be at a loss for Numa, so another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. How visceral. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward. But the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy in the future. So at this point, we just wait it out. We're at the halfway point of the day, so I want to make sure that I have... I kind of just want to make sure I have my fighting chance of getting as much as I can out of the day's work. So here I'm actually going to start making sure that all the loose ends are sort of taken care of. So, on Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Loss, an account of an occult romance. A certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation to the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. The laws of the house forbade Matthias to love. The customs of the wood forbade the Imago to remain. So he conjured her a final time, when she had uncovered the shears of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back, so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed, to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the Imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name-day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of Moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely in memory of the name and the long who gave up their past, that they might be together forgotten. Alright, so that is a moon for us to work with. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. The Ivory Book, a manual of the Ordo Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. The manual was compiled by one Curanai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Ivory Chain, not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that Hour we have made an understanding. So that's the forge that I needed. The Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities, for fear of the terrible consequence of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration, and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously borne. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms, and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. The Raptures of Forculus. The first volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Forculus might be counted among his names, but that door remains closed, and Forculus is not. Geoffrey discusses the signs that mark doors, which might permit or forbid access to certain thoughts and dreams, speculating, carefully, on which of the sanctioned hours might teach or govern each sign. The Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Haffren. The de Wolf line might have ended there if Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes that of the news that Brian was seen on the field at the Battle of Gear Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. Okay, Foresight. So that should be enough to get us up to level 5. The Berry Book. Thyrza Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit, for no other apparent reason, but that it was the kind of thing that she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language of Kilisimi. Who was it that once said, "Fruit is the womb of a plant"? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that in ripened wisdom. I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar, and watch the Pyrus Persimmon burst from wood. Gather more nectar. Wring it from the trees and the earth, and our Persimmon gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. Alright, so this is going to be for orchids and narcotics when the time comes. And the Karashim Portalon, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portalon, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may still remain viable. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ys Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined warnings. Here the final city, strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. So I think we can put a many-faceted lesson there. Stop that. Okay, so we're sort of caught up now. For the 0.3 seconds, I am going to change things up a little bit, though. So I'm at the point here where I'm going to start being constrained by the elements of the soul that I have available. If I want to commit all the stuff that I currently have available to me, let me just tidy up a bit. So we're using the metal to bring spices and savors back up. And for, we're using the Trist. Oh, hang on. I think I'm one too many on the metal, actually. Yeah, so this restores spices and savors. These two should be for the insects and nectars, right? 2 and 3. The Arab is going to be for orchids and narcotics. So what I have left are 2 Arab, 1 Fet, 4 health, and a Trist. Now, and a metal, it turns out. So I do have a little bit that I can do with that, but I'm at the point now where if I want to use all of my elements of the soul, I'm going to start using health, and if I use the health, that means that I don't have the opportunity to garden up some of the stuff that's interesting in Numa. So what I'm going to do as an alternative is I've been sitting on a few different skills that I can... that I kind of know what I'm going to put in the Tree of Wisdoms. And honestly, there's no real reason for me to wait for Numa for this. I was also going to wait for... I was going to wait for the Salon as well. But I'm at a point now, really, where, with the exception of maybe the level 5 skills, which are often very convenient for breaking up, there's really no reason for me not to be committing all of this stuff. So I'm actually going to, I'll probably just do it in a big circle or something along those lines. So for Bossk, we're up to level 6. So we were going to put Applebright Euphonies in place for that. Breath is the temptation of the soul, pleasure and insights that the church would call secrets, the sisterhood the mysteries, and the bureau unsanctioned. What may be known? Calyptra is the law that requires secret knowledge to be concealed, except in the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. The number of the hours of the Calyptra is 3, and we do not speak of the oldest hour. This observance is a matter of Bossk. So the next one on this list would be Insects and Nectars, which is level 7. So realistically, I'm not going to get to that in Numa, so I shouldn't expect any more Arab, but it's more for me to work with right now. So we're going to move from Bossk to Preservation. So Preservation was going to be after Stitching and Binding, Menascate Reflections, which should be at level 6, which it is. Without is purified, within is erased. What might be? Dream of a city of perfect balance. There can be no perfect balance outside dream. Meditate on the hour named Menascate, whose light distinguishes the possible from the real. Let the city remain unbuilt. Let the perfection of eternity be preserved. So the next one on that one would be Stone Stories, which unfortunately needs to be at level 7. It's currently at level 3. So another one where it would have been nice to move it higher, but realistically I can't. So Birdsong, this is actually going to be a bit of a tough one, because this is me giving up a 5, but there's actually a lot of Birdsong that I can use here, and there's a reason why I was leveling that up. So we're going to start with Sky Stories. The 9 winds gossip, and sometimes we can listen. The Roost, a thief of sights, a scavenger of thrones, a border reaver and a thief of knots, a thief of colors and a thief of bones. This is Birdsong. Next up, Hill and Hollow. How they began. In the beginning, the Carapace Cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. And the first of the Carapace cross were the Thritage kind, who sought the monarch at the crossroads to rule them wisely, and found him in themselves, who began as many and ended as one. This is a riddle, and the riddle makers know its importance. Next up, wolf stories. The Wolf's Return. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns says that the wolf divided was awoken by the sun's division. We know from this that the wolf was its own hour, even when the sun was whole, so we glean and we guess that the sun might be healed, and the wolf returned to its slumbers. So we glean and guess that the second dawn would bring peace, but the wolf will fight to prevent it. This is Birdsong. Path and Pilgrim to number 8. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Aaron Peel. The Threshold. Every traveler crosses a threshold twice. The Horned Axe is the hour who faces both ways at every threshold. Find the answer to her riddles in Birdsong. And finally, Leaves and Thorns, which we do not yet have at level 9. So we will collect what we've got here. Next up, Horamakastri. So Sacralamea is the next one up. The rites of an order of immortals who have tried to remain apart. These rites touch on secrets of gods of the Mansis, chiefly gods who were flesh and gods from light. Of limits, the hours are not all-powerful. This is a place beyond their reach, where mortals and immortals might build a shining city of iron and ivory. Oromachist's understand the hour's limits. Sorry, I forgot to cross out a few of these things, so let me just catch up. Path of Pilgrim, Wolf Stories, Sky Stories, Sacralamea. We're good. So I don't have anything for Ithistry right now, and that's because we need a 5, and that was Spices and Savors, which we currently don't have at 5. I also think Illumination... Yeah, we're already at the top on Illumination. So I don't think there's anything for me to do there. Now, Hushery is an interesting one. So I'm looking for a 7. That would be Inks of Revelation, which isn't where it needs to be yet. It's like the last option that I have. We've already gone to the top with Nyctodromy. So really my last shot here would be Rhyme and Remembrance in position 5. Now this is kind of locking me into potentially making Spices and Savors the one that I don't commit for. Let me just see. Ithistry. Yeah, it's honestly, it's more or less the same for both of these. So I will commit the Rhyme and Remembrance. To speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. Secrecy, knowledge, power. The sights we name are rarely named by day. The shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay. The names we claim are often claimed as pay. This is Skolakosophy. So now we've got 4, 5, 10, 12, 14, 16 elements of the soul to level stuff up with. Still not a free pass, right? I'm still going to have to make some decisions in terms of where I put things. But this is where I'm now actually going to sort of properly sit down and say, all right, what does the rest of the turn look like here? So I'm actually also going to take a second and play with my notes. I'm basically taking a clean slate. Actually, I'll even put these in. Okay. So first, we want to make sure that we get Spices and Savors back. sorry, so that's 5, 10, 15, 16, 19, 21. So that leaves me 20 to work with. So now we want to take care of the things that I was already going to do. So in this case, I want to take care of, metal down here. I want to take care of insects and nectars. So that's Trist. -1, so we're down to 19. Same story with confounding parables. So INN, Trist, -1, 18. And then this was going to be orchids and narcotics. So ONN, and that's going to be Arab. Okay. -1, now down to 17. The other thing that's worth mentioning at this point is that we've got 6 many-faceted lessons. So to be completely fair, this is still quite a lot. We're halfway through the day, so there's going to be, you know, I've got room to work with. But I'm at the point now where I do actually want to start thinking a little bit about what I value the most. So one of the things I would like to try and do, if I can, is make something of these remaining memories, right? So I've got this Wormwood Dream, which gives me Moon, Winter, and Edge. I've got the Old Wound, which also gives me Moon. I feel like there's probably some combinations that can work in my favor here. And we've also still have the Noom Room. So one potentially interesting approach here would be to consider like one of my higher level ones. Well, okay, actually, let's take a step back. Stone Stories, if I can get that, that would not just unlock Stone Stories, that would also unlock Tritisma Hyra. So let's say Stone Stories, that one's going to take scale. So we can use the Inescapable Confinement. We can use the Earth Sign. And we can use... This last one's going to be the tough one. Okay. Lesson learned. I will need to use an impulse to be able to make that work. So that's good to know. That's something that I have to give up here to make this work out. So with a somewhat heavy heart, I will give up an Arab. And I'll just use impulse here because it's an easy one to work with. All right. And then for Stone Stories, I have to use a health. There's no other way around it. So we're down to 15 elements of the soul here. Okay, what's next? I have a bit of knock here, but unfortunately I'm short on... I'm kind of short on stuff that's actually going to use it. There also seems to be a fair amount of moon. So if I take the Wormwood Dream, the Noom Broom, Curious Hunch doesn't have that, but Old Wound does. Maybe a little bit less than I thought, but... Okay. I'm thinking I should start throwing a bit of love on the these lower level ones. So let's do putrefactions and calcinations. And for that, that can actually be the Wormwood Dream, and there was another winter here, Didymos. That's at least a potential. So, then from there, Great Signs and Great Scars. So we can give up an Arab for that. So the question is, do I have some Knock and Grail I can work with? I feel like that's manageable. Yeah, so let's find something a little more Knock exclusive. Beggars can't be choosers at this point. Okay. Okay, so we're starting to run out of many-faceted lessons. And I just want to double check here. So we've got the metal, we should have 3 Trist, which we do. We should have 2 Arab and a health. Okay. Pyroglyphics. I actually think the Wild Surmise might help us here. Oh yeah, Wild Surmise and Curious Hunch. And for that, metal. Okay, so when it comes to stuff that's left, we've got the Ascendant Harmony, we've got the Horizon Sight, the Old Wound, and the Noom Broom, and we have 2 many-faceted lessons left. So if I want, I can actually get a little more ambitious in terms of some of the things I try and level up. Might try and do something with Edicts Inviolable. I'm not 100% sure about that yet. But how about we say Desires and Dissolutions, maybe? I don't think there's anything with like Moon and Sky. If I try Desires and Dissolutions, we can use the Old Wound and the Noom Broom. So from that, I'll get a Contradiction. I think I'll use an Arab to level that up, but I'll use an Arab to... Or no. I'll use another Trist. I'm also trying to keep in mind what's going to be available to me at any given time. I think I probably could have handled this Numa a little bit better. I also could have used the phonographs, but I'm not going to beat myself up about that right now. Okay, so Salt works just as well, so we'll use the Larkabine Codex. Alright, so that's... that's Desires and Dissolutions. So, really at this point we've got, let's say that the health and the core are off. Ooh, that's tough. Let's say for a minute here that the health and the core are off limits, and we have Arab, Fet, and Trist to work with. What's the best that I could pull off with an Arab, health, and Trist? And let me just double check. So we've got 1 metal. Actually, it says 2. No, sorry, 2 metal. 1, 2, 3, 4 Trist. 1, 2 Arab, 1 health. Okay. So I have a lantern, a sky, a rose, and 2 we're actually 1 short on Inks of Power. Although Inks of Power is already committed, so why would I do that? Yes, the rose options aren't too inspiring. Lantern and Sky invite a really simple question, which is how am I going to level those up? So I think I actually just have to fall back on the easy path and say do something like Resurgences and Emergences. But what I think I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to hold back on reading the books because I've got a lot here, and this is going to take some... This is definitely going to take some organizing. So I'm actually going to wait till the sort of the end of the day to sort of capture those last 2. And that's just to avoid wasting the elements of the soul. Also, I think the time has come for me to be a little more aggressive with what I'm picking up. So... Pyrus orichalcinus. In Numa, it develops quickly. The boughs of the tree bend with the fruit. Can't do that with orchids and narcotics, so I may need to wait. Yeah, all these other things I'm gonna level up. Alright, the skill is now level 4, its power aspects have also increased. On we go. Spices and savors. Regret, impulse, pattern, foresight. And this is where, so all that time that I spent working out the list, now this is where I actually bring it into action. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. Alright, so that's one off the list. Desires and Dissolution. I don't think I committed something that I can use for Desires and Dissolutions. No, so we're going to wait it out again. Aglaophotis, the other rose, only in Numa does it bloom. And only in Numa can I follow the white flowers of Moli to its potent black root. Again, the constraint here is really the having enough skills that are free to do the gardening. So we'll see how this turns out. I think we'll be fine, but I've kind of crafted it all. I actually need to make it work. All right, that does also throw a little bit of a wrench in things. So I could theoretically try and level up something at level 4, assuming there was a suitable candidate. Actually, the Inks of Revelation's an interesting candidate here. So I don't have... Like, we'd effectively be throwing away the Noombroom or the Old Wound, but I would be able... Oh, no, I wouldn't. Because I'd only be able to do 3 then. Okay, so if I used... Actually, is it the Old Wound in the Noombroom? I think it was the Ascendant Harmony in the Horizon Sight. Okay, I think all these other ones are too ambitious for what I can actually try and do. There's no rule saying I'm going to lose the many-faceted lesson anyway, so I could theoretically just throw it at something else. But I think let's stick with the... We'll stick with the plan and move up. Was it Desires and Dissolutions? I feel like I'm... Maybe we'll try a level 3 instead. Anyways, I'm going to save that basically to the end of the day. As long as I have a minute left, we should be fine. Alright. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Next up, insects and nectars. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So as always, I want to just take a look. Is this relevant to leveling up Desires and Dissolutions? In this case, it is, because I could take the the Salt or the Contradiction, and I can add that to the Old Wound and the Noombroom, and that would be sufficient for leveling it up. Actually, so here's the funny thing, though. If I do that, Desires and Dissolutions has already been taken care of. So let's see if I can maybe rescue... What's the plan here? I guess this was Great Signs and Great Scars. So if I save this, I can take this. 1, 2, 3. That gets me the 4. That levels up Inks of Revelation. I've got it. Okay. And this actually gives me a little bit more to work with too. So I have to leave either the Fet or the Trist aside. I'll leave the Trist aside. These ones are just getting... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I don't even need to give up. Turns out I didn't actually need to give up anything. Yeah, so I actually just need 2. Anyways, let's read Sunrise Awakenings for Revelation, I'm assuming. Yep. And we will read... let's actually go for Glimmering. And this is because I know I'm not going to get that memory from anywhere else. So that should be enough for us to level up Inks of Revelation as well. Again, we still have like elements of the soul left over and things like that. That's kind of part of the deal. But I'd say out of all the memories and stuff like that that I had left over, we're doing okay. The real question is whether or not we can just cram all this in by the end of the day. But the other thing that's worth remembering too, everything at this point is pure gravy, right? We've already got spices and savors up. All that we're doing here is just raising the floor on a whole bunch of different skills. And that's going to mean that when it comes time to use our elements or our lessons from books, it means that I'm going to be focusing on the things that take me a long time to do. So like those level 8, level 9 sort of ones, as opposed to just using up the lessons on the ones that are easier to do during Numa. All right, The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed on to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. All right, so impulse there. That's for the stone stories. We also have the Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claims to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Alright, why did I get you again? I'm going to keep this out in the open. Alright, skill level 3. I'm sure this will make sense at some point, but I kind of feel like I had the details already sorted out. Okay, now this I find it kind of interesting. I seem to have neglected an insects and nectars. I'm still going to run with this. I think I have a pretty good idea of what I wanted to do, but Confounding Parable, Intuition, Stolen Secret, throw another Tryst at it. And we can move these up. So this should be for Orchids and Narcotics. This should be for Stone Stories. Putrefactions and Calcinations. Moon and Winter. Yep. Great Signs and Great Scars. Yep. Hieroglyphics. Yep. Okay, fine. And I think I said Desires and Dissolutions again. Silly choice because we've already committed it. But we will take the Ascendant Harmony, the Occult Scrap. Oh, I have an extra. Well, shoot. All right. So I have a couple of Moon. I suppose. let me just double check here. So if I've got insects and nectars, that takes moon and nectar. That's going to be level 4 by the end, so I need 2 elements of this. Oh man, this gets tough. Okay, so if I take the Arab and Trist, then I can use the health. All right, so we're going to leave these aside here. I'm going to give it the full minute because I obviously was off by 1 on things. So I kind of want to make sure I have all the pieces that I need. But I think we'll try and go for another insects and nectars. Let me just make sure that I can actually use it at that level too. Yeah, that's going up to level 7, so if I get that up to level 4, I'm actually going to be quite happy with myself here. You're out here sweating organizing. This is the yarn of the intellect, Prosciutto Fist. Besides, you should be happy. We've got weaving and not working here. He. Valentine DeWolf. Aglaophotis, the other rose, only in Numa does it bloom. Aglaophotis, the color, rosy color of good memories, but not the color of the rose. Sunrise Awakenings, an uncharacteristically poignant meditation by the edge-long Trog of Marianid, who later came to Hush House under a variety of other names, often in search of some sort of fight. If light were not silent, it would be music. If music were visible, it would be light. Each day's light, Trog suggests, is faintly touched by the light of every past day, so in the light of every present day we may begin to understand something of days to come. At least this appears to be his conclusion, but he stops mid-sentence, apparently having lost patience with the act of writing, or possibly having been ambushed. Okay, so that goes here. Pyrus orchicinus in Numa, it develops quickly. The boughs of the tree bend with the fruit. So it feels bad to put the Pyrus orchicinus on the bridge, but it's what I got. Glimmerings. Pay attention to this one. This will be important later. An anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation, and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming, and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risks, fantastically and vividly detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brandkrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. All right. On to orchids and narcotics, I think. If I can, I'd really like to tidy up the memories screen as well. And that was going to get an Arab, so there we go. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Alright, so the next one should be Stone Stories. So let's take the Wild Surmise, the Curious Hunch, move that over here. So this will be Stone Stories up here. After that, we would put putrefactions and calcinations. So that's the Wormwood Dream and the Didymos. After putrefactions and calcinations, then we'd do Great Signs and Great Scars. And actually, let me just, so the Stone Stories would be the health, putrefactions and calcinations is Trist, Great Signs and Great Scars is Arab, Pyroglyphics is up next. think Pyroglyphics was The Wild Surmise and The Curious Hunch. 2 lantern. And yeah, I've got a spare. Cool. This was definitely the time to find something like that. So we've got Assault, an Old Wound. We technically have the Horizon Sight as well, but the Horizon Sight's really only good if I've got Rose. So if there's a Moon and Rose that I can take advantage of, that's great, but I don't think there's a Moon and Rose that's relevant to my current needs. There may not even be a Moon and Rose. Well, there it is, Pearl and Tide, but that's 2, so... okay, so we're not going to worry about Pearl and Tide. What I am going to worry about is the fact that I want to get insects and nectars up to another level. Also, did I really do that right? So, we're doing Orchids and Narcotics now. So we're doing Stone Stories with Health. We're doing Putrefactions and Calcinations with Trist. We're doing Great Signs and Great Scars with Arab. I'm doing Pyroglyphics with Metal. Fascinating. Okay, so the Trist here is for Inks of Revelation. Fine with that. So technically I have got 4 elements of the soul, although I would prefer to use the health to garden. To get insects and nectars, we've got 2 moon. I can use the Trist to level it up, so I need 2 moon or nectar. And the thing that's nice about this is that we know that the Earth Sign and the Impulse are already going to be gone. But what about, okay, Confounding Parables? None that I can see. Impulses. Again, nothing. Okay, so Impulse and... Or not, well, okay, Impulse or Intuition was what I meant, though. So, let's make sure I'm reading the right book, shall we? Well, this is the Intuition. Confounding Parable is up here, onto Locksmith's Dream Volume 2. And then when we can, we'll use this to do some gardening. I guess the question is, what else do I could get Mistkissed Water, but I don't think I quite have the same need for it. Couldn't hurt, though. Mist Coils Below. Okay, so the rest of the night is going to be spent, again, for those of you who are not as meticulous with Book of Hours, I do apologize, but this was an opportunity for me to deliver on a lot of cool stuff. In a pinch, I might try to sleep on one of these many-faceted lessons, too. But I think they changed it, so I can't exploit that anymore. Okay, Stone Stories. Inescapable Confinement, Earth Sign, Impulse, Many-Faceted Lesson, Health, another fruit plucked from Knowledge's Tree. Not a bad time for me to take a small inventory as well. So if we've got 1 minute with these two, and then 1 minute with these two, I think it's actually fair to say we may not get through everything, so I should probably try the insects and nectars and the Inks of Revelation first, because these are nice to haves, but these are definitely not critical to any of my plans. Hopefully everything works out, but... And I'm willing to speed things up a bit. Probably not the smartest decision during Numa, but... The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. It's the Numa of mid-sentence works. And The Locksmith's Dreams, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there is a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. Okay. Skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So I'm going to jump the queue a little bit on these things. I do want to make sure that the high-level stuff gets in first. So Inks of Revelation, Ascendant Harmony, Occult Scrap, Revelation, Bittersweet Certainty, Many-Faceted Lesson. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. Same story with insects and nectars when the time comes. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Too soon. Okay. Improve the skill to level 5. Every second counts now, so I'm willing to slow things down a bit. Water in the season of Numa is almost the same as water in any other season. Mist-kissed water, the faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. Now, I have no idea where I'm going to keep this. Definitely not on the bridge, though. There's no room here. All right, the Kukurbit with it. So if I get the indication that the that night is done, I'm gonna switch over and we'll try and put one of these in bed. I don't think any of these are really worth hanging on to on their own. I think we use them to level them up, or we lose them. All right, back to the old plan. So putrefactions and calcinations, Wormwood Dream, Didumos, Many-Faceted Lesson. We use Trist for that. The big thing on this, too, is we just need to start it before before the end of the evening. If it finishes after the end of the evening, that's... Okay, we're going to lose something. So let's hang on to this one. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. Yeah. So notice here the persistent memories aren't gone yet, right? I think what's going to happen is... Oh, no. we're good. So I do get to keep one many-faceted lesson. Honestly, that's not a bad return. So I'm down a tryst, but I'm up a lesson that I can use on literally anything I want. So I'd say that's a good day's work. Let's get some of the other stuff wrapped up. We'll see. We won't see who's doing the Affair of the Unfinished Lark, but I am going to wait the 4.1 seconds after Numa. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in Sense and Sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember where we went, it was cold. Well, hopefully I'm not stressing you out too much about Numa, Arganisi, but it was a chance for me to really make some progress on some priorities for the day. So let's do our 2.1. Skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to reorder my my skills a bit. So I'll bring you up to level 3. We'll get the level 3s in place first. Okay, so now we're on to level 5s. Let's actually... Okay. Clearly there's a bit more cleaning I need to do. Okay, we're starting to get to something that resembles sanity. We set up a game plan for the Tree of Wisdom so you can chip away at these pesky lessons. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'm following a pretty clear path that I've worked out for myself as well. So, all right, so we've got 2s here. Now we're into 3s. Okay, up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. The last question would be whether or not I want to commit spices and savers now. So the problem with committing spices and savers is that bells and brazieries, surgeries and exsanguination, stitching and binding, spices and savers, sea stories, horns. Well, we have horns and ivers as well. Sky stories, rhyme and remembrance, herbs and infusions. So it's basically insects. Okay, insects and nectars, inks of revelation, and spices and savor. Okay, and drums and dances. So the only drawback is out of all of these that are at level 5, I think spices and savors this is the only one that stays at level 5. I think I'm actually planning on having it at level 5 on Ithistry. So this is really actually not that bad of a skill to have to break up during Numa if I need it. Now, my hope would be that we can actually make some progress over autumn between the lessons that we get during the salon and then the ones that we get from just reading. I'm hoping that maybe we can make something out of that. There is one other thing that I'll just draw your attention to. So I think we're looking somewhere around, 5 sort of interactions over the course of a salon. So Faust is our biggest risk right now. Shapt is a little bit of a risk. Shapt and Core are a little bit of a risk, but for the most part, all of the different elements of the soul that I have, I'm actually in a spot now where I am in a reasonably confident place as far as getting the Salon done. I unless we get a particularly unlucky string of the same element of the soul, I actually think it's reasonable to say that we should expect ourselves to complete any Salon that we've been given, with, with plenty of space to spare. The other thing that I was going to say, so it's a little bit of it's going to be interesting. I think it might be nice to do on Friday just because I'm going to be away for a couple of days, but there's a few things that I want to try and get done. So I've been thinking about Connie's dilemma. Now, I don't see how any of these would be relevant to her work. So the ones that I would potentially give her for advice would be Kukurbit Prisoner Records 1927. I'm most inclined to share that one. There's the one on the different kinds of dead. It is definitely not an hour when I'm ready to... I think Sphere is the result, so probably somewhere in here. Yeah, clearly not. Anyway, there's definitely a book by Suppression Bureau, Wheelock, one of the Wheelocks. Excuse me. So that one sort of has an argument, but it's a little less clear to me how that's... I mean, in the end, Connie's looking for information on the Suppression Bureau. That is one. It probably speaks to the dangers that they are fighting against, as opposed to maybe being... so I'd say that's a little bit more pro Suppression Bureau. I am inclined, though, I think this is a fairly reasonable account of how the Kukurbit behaved and why it did what it did. So I'm somewhat inclined to give her Kukurbit Prisoner Records 1927. We also had a request for a book on Maya. So I think I will give Mademoiselle Olympie Bichet the Book of Masks. The only person we can't really satisfy right now is Arthur Moore, because I believe he is looking for volume 3 of De Bellis Murorum. Or no, not De Bellis Murorum, Deoris. Actually, I don't think we have any copy of Deoris right now. Anyway, out of the requests, I believe... So I can actually complete the Arthur Moore event. I believe if I use Coil and Chasm to bring Echidna in, I could probably just feed him to Echidna. I don't know if I'm feeding him to Echidna. But yeah, I'm assuming it does not go well for Arthur Moore if I give him up to Echidna. So I'm reluctant to do so. But... I'm thinking that at this salon we'll probably also finish a couple of the further stories. And the more I'm thinking about it, the fact that we've already got the Tryst sitting here. Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing. I'm going to have to sleep on the many-faceted lesson because it's not a persistent memory. But you know what? That's actually not a hardship. If I just make today all about the salon... I can use the persistent memory tomorrow to level stuff up. Actually, yeah, that makes even more sense, because if I do the salon, then I get the lessons, and I'll know what's easy for me to upgrade and what isn't. So if I delay this by 1 day, I'm in even better shape than I thought. Okay, cool. I'm gonna write that on my to-do list. God, it's late. Sorry, I know dead air is terrible, but... Okay, 1... Cool. So I've given myself the note here. Get ready to go with the salon. Keep the many-faceted lesson. Give the Book of Masks to Mademoiselle Bichet. Kukribit Prisoner Records 1927 to Connie Lee. See if we can help Arthur Moore. And then we are free to do our autumn things. As far as autumn goes, we have... So Moon would be better for winter. The Honeyed Forbidding is something that we might be able to work with tonight. And in fact, I probably want to figure out what I'm doing with all of this stuff, because after the next few rooms, making things like the Sacrament Assite won't really, or sorry, Sacrament Malachite won't really count for a whole lot, because we won't need to feed it to anybody. And then we're going to have to make some decisions in terms of what shape the Lighthouse Institute takes. I think we'll probably have some clearer ideas once we complete some further stories. So in theory, Fraser Strathcoyne already likes me. So we technically have a treasure, although maybe he may not be in line with my existing priorities. I can't remember if we satisfied any of the Secretary Salvant characters. In theory, we would be able to help Arthur Thomas More as long as we got the relevant book. Maybe we don't have a Secretary Enigmatic, and we're on our way to getting a Secretary Nunciant. So I guess about halfway there? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I do apologize for not having a Salon for tonight. It's Numa got in the way, and it's so late for me. I am 90 minutes past what I would normally do. I gotta stop. So... but thank you everybody for watching. If you would like to see sort of the coda to our Numa adventure, I will be streaming on Friday. I tend to be a bit later on Fridays, and I mean, I don't know what the deal with transit's going to be for the next little while, but I have some stuff that I need to get through for work. Holy crap. Okay, I don't know about work, but there's actually a lot I need to get through, so... I am going to do my best to start on time on Friday. I just realized how much I have got in front of me. But anyways, the one thing I will do, as always, I will tweet out when I'm ready to start streaming. I'll try to keep it, I'll try to angle it more towards my normal start time, but I am now just realizing I've got like 48 hours to get a lot of stuff done. And then, again, just a reminder that on Monday and Wednesday, I'm not going to be in. Monday, I have a prior commitment. Wednesday, there's the usual... I usually take the third Wednesday off to go to the local game dev meetup. But I will be back. I will be back both this coming Friday and the following Friday. I got to get some sleep, though. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let's take a quick minute to see if anybody is online and streaming. I've got absolutely nobody. All right, I'm sorry to just kind of drop it like this, but that's what I get for being up too late. Thank you very much for hanging out, Prosciutto Fist. I know it must be late for you as well. I will see you all on Friday, hopefully. Until then, take care.